Is my sound all working? I can't hear the space rumbly sounds, which is terrible. Oh, they're just really quiet. That's all. I'll put on some that old Keith Yankee music. But in the meantime, welcome back to Spelljammer. Rock of Yankee, Rock of Bral, ambiance. Oh no. Yeah. Okay. So last session, the party was picked up by a Gith Yankee dreadnought. Um, all of you were in various states of dismay. Ed was ready to fucking gun people down. Apox is ready to take down Ed or try to take down everyone else. Barsh is hallucinating. Zelace is like shaky hand, PTSD syndrome. Um, the only people who are doing good are the robots. The robots are just like, everything's great. But everybody else is in a state of dismay. You poor organics in your traumas and your madness. But you were all taken and rehabilitated by the Zerth, the Gith Yankee. You were interviewed by the Enlightened, the Gith Yankee, and eventually you did indeed speak to the Archon Rudran on the ship, who is considered to be one of the most powerful psionic Gith Zerai out there. Archon is the highest rank the Gith Yankee can achieve, well, second highest. Um, and said that you would be all welcome to remain and to recuperate and revitalize, and they would use their powers to send you wherever you pleased in the end, suggesting the Rock of Bral, being your port of call, be the best place to send you, where you can get back on your feet, essentially. So you've got the week. It's also worth noting that Barsh continued to commune with his patroness and learn that she had designs upon him. There's a reason she put him where he was, the path that he was on, believing that his past experiences made him strong enough to help this party through to the next, that there are things working behind the scenes beyond what even he can comprehend, and that he should not doubt that she has great designs for him in the path that he must walk. And all of you are just trying to kind of figure yourselves out what to do next. And that is where we'll pick up today. You are aboard the Dreadnought. You guys have some time, and I do need to recall something that I made a slight mistake about. Though you guys did eat and you were given food to, whatever, you're finding that you never get hungry. You just you don't get hungry. You don't really need to breathe. If you don't want to, you're like, oh, I bet I can hold my breath forever. And then 2 days later, you're still holding your breath, and it's not even a strain. But as you would very well know, Barsh, existence is just generally just being alive and existing is very easy on the astral plane. Too easy, some might say. You're muted.
You're sort of on pause for a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
No aging, no sleeping, no eating. Just kind of going about your business without any of those pesky things holding you back.
Yeah, still able to float around with your mind. If anyone asked, Barsh would probably give the exact explanation he did. But yeah, you're all quite familiar with the astral sea by now. Yes, Basan.
Couple above the table questions because I can't find them in my notes. The Anarch. What was her name?
Her name is Rudran, which is spelled Rudran. Rudran.
Thank you. I know she gave it to us, I just can't find it in my notes. And then the other thing, she mentioned something that I think Bisan would know. Mm-hmm. I think cluster space. We're going into cluster space, and we're not bringing you there. I think that's what she said.
No. They are going to cluster space.
Right, no, they are.
But yes.
And they don't want to bring us.
That's right.
Does Bisan know what that is?
Make me a history check, see if you know.
No, that is I'm pretty sure that's going to be a 4 when it grows up.
When it grows up.
So no.
That's hilarious. That's pretty funny. So yeah, you don't know of cluster space. You've heard it said, maybe you've like heard it in passing one or two times, but never thought much of it. You can always go ask anybody about it, but you don't know off the top of your head.
Cool. Thank you.
Cool. Apparently a bad place. All right. All right. Anything all right. What so you guys have a week. You're about halfway through your first day. Anything you'd like to do?
I believe Bisan has dedicated this first day to fixing her Sai sword.
That's right, you're working away at your Sunblade.
Well, since I just finished talking to Ed, I'll go and try and find Basan, I guess.
Okay. We'll say that you run into Basan in this probably the similar place where you found Ed. So you're like, all right, I better go find her. Ed goes back to working his tools. You see Basan sort of like maybe excitedly come down the stairs like it's Christmas morning, and like talking to the Gitsurai, and they like are handing her a little like toolkit and like an instruction and like some kind of manual, and you can approach.
Basan, do you have a moment?
Yes. I am fixing my sword. And she smiles.
That's good.
Is this a peer conversation? And she's like kind of looking at the area.
They just kind of like, and then they just like give you guys the room.
Oh, okay. So we're in the room alone? Sweet.
Well, Ed's around, but you're on the other side of the room.
Yeah, and I've already spoken to him, so he knows what I'm going to talk about.
Okay.
My patron has been, well, has spoken to me directly, and she's, while we were with the New Dawn, I was something of a sideshow, something she would observe on occasion as a bit of entertainment, something to gawk at every so often. But since our escape from the Nautiloid, she is now watching with rapt attention. She has a great interest in what awaits us in the future. And she's offering power to me.
Let us go elsewhere. And Bisan goes, like, starts moving to their room.
Vosh follows.
When we reach their quarters and they're in a private space, Bisan's just going to sit down and why?
Hard to say. Let me start from the beginning. Right from the beginning.
Please.
Before the New Dawn, before the Unhuman War, in fact, I was part of the Void Light. Hence my name. And at the very beginning of the Unhuman War, the Skrull ambushed the ship, and it was destroyed. To my knowledge, the whole crew perished aside from myself. And I was stranded in the Astral Sea for, well, the entirety of the war. During my time, more or less at the end of my time in the Astral Sea, I unwittingly stumbled into the path of a goddess, Hecate.
Can I roll
Yes,
to
you
see if I
may.
know? Thank you. I don't know what I'm rolling, but it is a nat 20, which I didn't need this nat 20. Damn it. I wish you could bank them. But this can't be
there's
right.
some nice to tell a story, but sometimes the story doesn't always make sense.
Sometimes the
Um,
story is really, really weird. Hold on.
you're like, yeah, basically like an illithid wild space system that Gibbs or I are very interested in. I have no idea about, but this super obscure Greek mythological god, yeah, no, I know all about that. So yeah, Basan, we'll say that like maybe like you read like Greek myths as a kid because the Githzerai, much like the Yankee, they wander the plains and here and there, and they do stuff here and there. They have outposts, so they get all kinds of um, lore from hundreds of different places. And one of the stories that you were told was about Hecate. What a coincidence! You learn about her, because on a nat 20, I'll give you a little extra detail. Hecate is the goddess of night. She's the goddess of the moon. She's the goddess of witchcraft and magic amongst the Greek mythological pantheon of Aboria. She is considered a multi-spherical interloper. So she gets in, whether she is noted or not, she gets into the business of all kinds of different deities. She's also the goddess of the path. So not fate, but paths. That is to say, your path in life, not like literal paths, but more like destiny than fate, or the crossroads, more specifically. So when you come to those pivotal points in your life, you're trying to decide what to do. Hecate is usually on your shoulder, sort of whispering to you about which way you should go. So she's considered a god of arcane, of knowledge, trickery. She is very enigmatic, very difficult to discern her motives and methodology. Even to gods, she's a bit of an aberration. She's very mysterious to all.
Do I have any particular reason to believe that she would have aligned herself with the Illithid?
Again, it's a who knows situation. For all you know, she may, like, for all you and probably Barsh, all of these tellings of how you've become more interesting to her and trying to guide you on a path and talking about this grand story she's placed before you. For all that it could just continuously be for her amusement, or it could be for some important exodus, or if she's setting up the whole thing where she's got some illithid that she's on the shoulder of, and she's like, you have to kill Varsh Wardlight. Who knows? She's very, very difficult to pin down.
My understanding of her has always been like she could have no personal interest in the outcome whatsoever, just kind of here for the ride.
Absolutely. She could have no interest. She could have a very vested interest. But much like I've spoken in the Feywild games, the problem with immortals is that they get bored. You've done everything, you've seen everything, so you have to create your own amusement. That's usually the conflict. So, anyone who knows anything about Hecate knows that you know nothing about Hecate.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, my feelings have always been of great stress and worry because she's so hard to read. That's why I was worried about the possibility of being pitted against the crew at any moment.
The last thing I want to throw in there before we proceed is that by polite society or regular society, she would be considered an evil god. She is the god of witchcraft, like dark magic and such things. So she's very chaotic, and by polite society, she'd be considered evil. A worshiper of Hecate would be, burned at the stake or hunted or whatever, right? Witch hunter shit. Yeah.
All right.
Regardless, over the course of being with the New Dawn, she has been, I hate to say it, a helpful guide. I would like the sensible side of me wants to reject her offer. But if it were just a matter of the fate of myself, or even if the stakes were still relatively low, I'd reject her. But with all this stuff with the illithid and this map and scroll, Ed suggested this has the fate of multiple wild space systems hangs in the balance. It seems that that rejecting power being offered would be foolish.
The captain put the crew together because he believed in all of us at some level to do the right thing. I say the crew of the New Dawn is still the crew of the New Dawn. We are veterans. And there's a war to fight. So, rules still apply, Mr. Voidlight. No killing prisoners. And no killing teammates. That said, I think we'll all be making strange deals here soon.
I appreciate the
for
counsel.
your patron, consider this. If she's looking for entertainment, war tribunals, not entertaining. Killing prisoners if you had to give her a reason as to why you shouldn't.
I mean, do we plan to be taking illicit prisoners?
I won't be taking illicit prisoners.
And neither will I. But I understand. And
we will need to rally the others.
about
and we need
that,
to know what happened to Ed.
I want to say now that I intend to follow Ed. He seems to be integral to what is going on with these mind flayers, and Hecate herself is interested in him. So his path is my path for now.
We should find out what he is the key to. In the meantime, we'll need an army.
Well, he doesn't trust us or anyone, so I don't expect to find out the exact nature of everything to do with him until he's ready. As for an army, well, that may take more time as well.
We have a week. It'd be nice if everyone supposed gets a ride, but we have a week. Let's give everyone some time to decompress. We should be deciding where we want our home base to be. Perhaps Rock of Bral. Army means maybe Evermeet. There may be another move in Waterdeep for me.
Well,
We have a home base in the Rock of Bral.
that we do. I'm still a little weary of the rock. I don't like that Laradi is familiar with our.
Other people knew Laradi and the Rock. Perhaps we can trace her there. I want her head.
As do I. Well, let's try to gather the rest of the crew and see what kind of, well, what everyone is thinking.
I agree. I have a sword to fix. Perhaps we should meet at night.
This evening, then, I'll leave you to your tinkering. You should maybe ask Ed about it. He's quite handy.
I am hoping Ed is being smart and looking at the tech. Most of it requires chaos, which he cannot manipulate. And we don't have, but perhaps other things he can learn.
Very well. And I give it a little polite bow as I make my exit.
No problem at all. Yeah, you two can go your separate ways. You go back to fixing your sword, and Varsh, you go back to whatever it is you'd like to do. Is there anything from anybody else for this day?
Let's gonna
let's
keep,
let's go to use Elise, actually. I want to, because you've been,
He's been on sick day.
That's right. You had a sick day. So that is indeed exactly what pretty much happens, Elise, what we said for your character. Last session, everybody was basically brought to the medical bay just for like mental, physical inspection, whatever. And because we had previously spoken that like your hands were like shaky. So you're just kind of in a sleep. You're just sort of in like you've just been kind of resting. So we'll say at this point you wake up. And you're gonna see one of the Gitzerai walk over to you. You'll see him sort of down in a little bit more than the other monks. Like this is the monk here. They're sort of in long leathers that are very easy and flexible to move in. But you see one approach that is in sort of more like purple, high-colored cloak, and he'll approach you. Oh, right, I forgot I decided to say gift words, so I gotta pull out all back up. He'll approach you and say, "You are awake. How do you feel?"
Yeah, I don't know. It's been a lot. I think I'm okay, but there's a lot on my mind. There's things that I need to try and resolve.
Of course. Would you like me to summon any of the members of your remaining crew?
No, as long as they're okay. None of them need my help on it at the moment. I would like to. I don't know. I don't know how to put this. I need to try and find a way to calm my mind when things like that happen. It's something that happened to me a long time ago, before I met this crew.
See.
But I have issues that I really need to try and get to grips with.
If you wish, we get Zerai are well knowledgeable about how to balance the psionics through meditation, through practice, through martial practice. If you wish, there's much we could show you.
Yes, that would be great. Um, I also need to speak to someone regarding silence. For some reason, after an incident, when I came round, I had these powers that I'm not really sure of why I have them or what happened to me. So I need some guidance.
You can find all the guidance you seek aboard this vessel. I shall summon one of the Enlightened to speak with you, as we are also interested to gain your account of your encounter with the Gate.
Okay, I can do that. Thank you.
Sort of bow to you, and very quickly you will be brought into a room across the hall where you will encounter a much older Gith Zerai, hair seemingly floating upon the wind, a very old individual who is, and down in like long blue robes, again very free flowing. They'll welcome you in and say, "Welcome. I would be interested to hear of your accounts of what happened aboard the Gate ship. We have interviewed all of your friends, and if you'd be willing, it would do us great help as we go to hunt your oppressor."
Yes. If it's and I'll if it's easier, we can, to save you speaking not in your native tongue, we can do this through the mind. I would like to try and get to know that better and try and use that a bit more.
Very well. Reese.
So then,
Yep.
through the whispers, sonic whispers, I'll go through everything that happened, and the whole story of what Chaplin and I did, flying through the space, sneaking our way through, finding the guys.
Absolutely. Yeah. So how I like to handle this, I think the easiest way about going about it is he'll be very thorough. He wants to know about Lorati Sutra, Spelljammer. He wants to know about the whole journey about the New Dawn. So my question to you so he will ask you from basically the start of your entrance to the campaign until now. Is there anything you'd like to redact from your telling of the tale?
No.
No. Okay. So you hear all. He'll say, "It's quite a journey you have. Zelace. Why? Well, if you mean for mental guidance or guidance about your psionic abilities, I'd be more than happy to provide you such guidance. Your abilities are unique, ones that are not easily found amongst even the Gith. I'd be more than happy to show you some of what is to be expected."
Would appreciate that. I need to know what this is. I have no idea it is. Something totally strange to me.
Let's see. Very well. Take the rest of the day. Perhaps reunite with your crew members. And tomorrow, I shall show you some ways of what we have come to know. Of what we come to know as the. He's got a cool word for the Teleakith. In our language, we know you to be the sword spirits, or in some common tongue, the Sign.
Thank you.
And he will, recommend that you go have some rest, talk to your friends maybe. But he is more than happy to help you sort of come to terms, understand what is happening to you, what has happened to you, teach you of meditation maybe to help calm your mind and focus in on your psionic power, all these things. But for the time being, he recommends rest or continuing to know your friends, checking in on them.
Yeah, I think, after that, my first point of call would be to, find the first person I see and just start there.
All right. Sure enough, you walk down the hall. You enter into this large room. Seems to be sort of a common area where you see plenty of Gith walking around, Gitsurai. Some are practicing like Wing Chun off in the corner. Two more enlightened who are just quietly meditating before one another. Another Githzerai or Githyanki, sorry, Githzerai, meditating in the corner. Another one sort of wandering here and there. And sure enough, coming up the stairs, you're going to see a Poxy. As Apoxy, you're heading wherever you're heading, you will bump into Zalace, who is finally up.
Master Zalace, how are you feeling?
Epoxy, it's good to see you. Are you okay?
I'm perfectly fine. The others might need more attention than me.
Okay, that's good. There was something I meant to speak to you about before we were taken and attacked. I'm not your master. You do not have to call me master. I'm no one's master. I barely can take care of myself. You're my friend. We work together. We'll fight together. We're friends. You can be your own. You can be your own being. You don't have to serve anybody. Not me. So please, just Zalace, not master. I'm not your master. We're friends.
Epoxy for a second looks at their own hands, realizing that they're gaining their own consciousness. Oh, of course. Thank you, Zalace.
That's good. Listen, you are so intelligent. You can be and do whatever you can and want to be. And I will help you. Let's go and find the others and see what we can do. And see who needs their help.
I would recommend Ed, but he might need more time in isolation for a bit.
Why? What's wrong with that?
He's still in the manic panic.
Well, we're friends. We're all friends. I want to go and see him. Let's go find Dad.
I'll lead you to him. And Epoxy walks towards Ed in the back.
Easy enough. You lead, and you'll see Ed probably still tinkering away at the, just sort of like taking apart boxes. Maybe he's like, maybe he's kind of like riveting like a piece of steel into like a drill bit, basically. But you see Ed just sort of scrapping and tinkering away.
Ed, buddy, can you check my interior real quick?
Huh?
Mind checking my interior?
I'm in the middle of something.
See what I mean?
Hey, Ed. Ed. Glad to see you're okay. So,
Yeah.
listen. I really want to thank you for those goggles that you gave me. They work brilliantly. Oh, I've got so many ideas for later on, but I just want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. And I'm glad you like them.
Okay.
Just like very loud working. And like Ryan said, as just kind of scrapping. He's trying to find the materials right now to maybe make one of his little pyramid things by the time he leaves. Might be his last gambling ship right now. But yeah, he's kind of ignoring you guys. He'll do like one of those occasional like look backs, like a double looks, but not really wanting to engage.
Okay. So Ed, if you need a hand, I can help.
Much obliged. I'll keep that in mind.
Okay. What's wrong with him, Epoxy? I don't understand.
Well, I don't know if you were there. I may have forgotten, but remember his dad in the other ship kind of left him in a mental block from reality. Now he's just coping as best he can.
We're on a ship of... Yes, there are that use their mental abilities. Can nobody help him? Has anybody tried?
Personally, I would be afraid of Ed going into another episode if they were to probe his mind.
Okay. I won't do that straight away then. Okay. And I think I'll just hang about for a bit and just out of sight of Ed, but so that I can see him, so he can't see me, but I can see him, and just keep an eye on him and watch him for a little bit, I think.
Sorry, Zelace. I don't think that's a good idea.
But he needs to know that we're here for him, that we're gonna help. He needs the support of the crew that's left.
Well, what about this? I'll just sit around in the workshop beside him. I'll keep an eye on him, not as a way to restrain, but more of a there to hang out, I guess.
Well, I'll sit with you. So, yeah.
All right.
Don't mind us. We're just scrapping as well. Epoxy just picks up a screwdriver and starts poking at one of the boxes.
You start poking a box with the screwdriver, like just like do some metal, or whatever. Yeah, whatever you do, you just start
I'll
like
just be picking things up and saying, "What about this? That might work."
yeah. As long as you try to hand things to Ed or to Epoxy, I think it's kind of like Epoxy and Zelace like pretending to be tinkerers off in the corner, just kind of having a little fun with that. And I gotta say, Ed, you know, your crew's there, and you know you've got this paranoia thing going on, but they're kind of like with you, but they're doing their own thing. How do you think that makes you feel?
I think like after a bit, like Ed will kind of get it, but the most he'll engage will be like, "Yeah, you pass me that, I guess." Yeah, but definitely not like always keeping at least 2 feet apart from him. Like,
Got it.
as long as he's able to freely draw, like he kind of gets, you know, the Gisser I have made it kind of clear. Even after talking with the Anarch and all that, it's like I don't think Ed's quite like pushed to snapping right now. Maybe it's one of those things that like if he saw an escape pod, he'll probably jump in that sucker and leave without saying twice.
Oh
But
goodness.
I think that's the level of crazy he's at.
Got it. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, you're kind of like found a place of comfort, and you're trying to, and it probably is soothing. You know, you're beginning, like the paranoia is all still there, but you're starting to come out of it, and maybe that's because your friends are like, because I feel like a lot of therapy is sort of exposure therapy, where it's like, oh, you're paranoid. You probably should put people close to you, but not too close to you. So you've got your friends who you used to really trust, and they're kind of just doing their own thing off the side. They're not really paying attention to you, and that's kind of like maybe giving you comfort that, like, you know, they're not paying attention. They're not watching what you're doing. doing their own thing, but they're there. You're like,
Yeah.
okay, it's helping you sort of come to terms with the idea that they're not out to get you.
Which is
I get
above the table is very sweet. It is very
Fantastic.
can I add that after Epoxy, just a minute after poking at a box, just starts tapping at it, like some kind of beat to get it through his mind again. How they how they first interacted.
That's good. That okay. That definitely works well. That'll be when he's like, yeah, fine. I probably use that. Maybe grab that heavier one over there.
Oh, with pleasure. Here, do you need this?
Yeah, sure. I'll take that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Cards away.
now he's just tapping around, just making noise, in a
That's
rhythm.
great. That was great. That was awesome.
Incredible. Amazing. Love that. Good scene. Why don't we come to Chaplain? Chaplain, we haven't heard from you yet. What are you up to around this shit?
Oh yeah. Let's see. Who's out and about that I can actually they're all three in that room, right?
Yeah, all three are in that room. I'm
All
not
right.
sure what Varsh is up to at this point. Basan is nowhere to be seen. She's up at the Archon deck.
I'm gonna do like happy toddler run into that room.
Yeah, for sure. I like that description.
Be like, hey guys, look at what I just figured out. And then
Oh,
he's going to start once every 6 seconds for like a minute. He will like be there somewhere in the room, disappear, and then come back like 6 seconds later, 10 feet in another direction, all around the room. Pop, 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 pop. And each time he shows up, he's like, I found a new plane. He's just like pimping it.
Amazing.
oh, that is amazing. Where did you learn that?
I was just really just thinking about it. I every day I try and connect a little bit with girl Glitter Gold, my friend, and he teaches me things. He tells me little things along the way.
Glitter gold?
Yes.
Amazing. Can I meet them?
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to ask him. He doesn't show up very often. He just mostly talks to me inside.
Oh, interesting. In here?
And he kind of taps his head in here.
Do you mind if I link with you? Wait, no, that's too personal. Never mind.
A robot linking?
Scandalous.
I'm sorry. Forgive me for suggesting such atrocity.
And I guess in response to Apoxy's interest, he kind of does his Chaplin does his thing where his eyes go gold for a minute, and he kind of it almost seems like sort of the animation falls out of him a little bit, and kind of a booming thaumaturgy voice speaks, and he says, "This is one of my chosen children." And then he goes back to like being him again.
That is amazing.
Hey,
Yeah.
Chaplain, how are you doing? Everybody else okay? Where are the rest of them? Where's Barsh? What's on?
Oh, hi, Zelace. Oh, we have had a grand time while you were resting. So we saw this thing, and it moves around. It can take all kinds of different forms, and they can use it to reform the ship. There's something, a Mr. Anarch or something like that, can use it to reform the ship in a bunch of different ways. They can make doors, and they can make hallways, and they can even make sleeping quarters for us. And then there are all these groovy monks around who are help keeping things peaceful. And they're very actually friendly. Some of them taught Epoxy some words.
Oh, speaking of which, they showed me this greeting. This is how you pronounce it. Teskenva.
It's
Teskenva?
Teskenva.
yeah, I wouldn't say it too loudly. It's not the most friendly of, yeah.
Oh,
Why would they tell her that? Ed, why would they tell her that that's a greeting?
I don't think they did. And the focuses on Epoxy's expression. It's like killer robot, but like I'm assuming there might be a cheeky grin on it or something.
There is very much a grin showing on your side.
It's a joke.
By the way, Epoxy, something else that Garl just recently told me was that I can really understand and speak any language if I try hard enough. And
What?
I figured out exactly what that means, and that is serious.
I must have mixed it up. Let me check my notes.
Yeah, Chaplin now has tongues.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Do you pronounce for honor Shak Zai?
Let's see. For honor is Shakath Zai.
Shakat Zai. Shakat.
Yeah, so especially while we're on board here and I know that we're not leaving right away, I'll probably keep tongues prepared so that I can speak directly with the Githzerai.
All right, no problem.
So,
Yeah.
how are you feeling? Are you well rested?
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. A few things I need to try and sort out, but hopefully while we're here on the ship, the Githzerai are going to help. So, yeah.
Oh, also, I forgot to tell you, there's some less than fortunate news. We don't have a ship, and we don't really have anywhere to go, and we don't have a captain, and we don't have any jobs. So, I don't know what we're doing next.
But surely we're going to stay together as a crew, as a band of people. We can go anywhere. Do anything.
I don't know. No one has really mentioned it to me whether or not we're all going together. I know that some people have some things that they want to do. I'm not sure if we're all included.
Wait a minute. We're not family?
Epoxy, of course. Listen, we can always go back and help Chaplin in his bar, in his comedy club.
He has a comedy club?
Oh yes, but there's lots of work to do. It's not up and running yet. We've got to renovate.
I'll be the bouncer.
This is how the campaign ends.
But it's too early.
Okay, we need to get everybody together and discuss what's going on. We can't break up the band.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if anybody has any use for an autognome, we don't really have a ship anymore, but perhaps I could be of some service somewhere.
I'm really only built for battles. I don't think I could do much outside of that.
Like,
Clink, 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 clink. Ed is not divulging any private information this time.
Boy, it's so good that we're all coming together and learning to be friends, right, Ed?
Clink, 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 clink.
Well, we need a meeting anyways. How about we just gather everyone up?
I think that's a good idea.
All
And
right.
with my psychic whispers, I'll try and reach out to Hassan and Bash and see whether I can contact them.
Through your psionic links, you are able to find the consciousness of Barsh and Basan.
Hi, Hassan, Bash.
There.
Yeah, everybody's together in the. Where are we? Yeah, we're in some sort of armory warehouse, tinkerer room, I don't know. But we need to get together and talk it and see what we're gonna do. See where we go from here.
I'm already on my way back there.
I'll
I
meet
don't know
you
where she came
there.
back from, so.
Okay, see you in a minute.
You all find your way there easy enough. It's a pretty big ship, but it's not big enough that it takes too long to get anywhere. So, Barsh, you and Etherith arrive, and Basan, you certainly arrive probably faster than me. And you all find yourselves in the I don't know what this part of the ship we would call it, the study, the workshop, probably the workshop. And you guys all find your way there now that Barsh is awake. Lace is awake, excuse me. But yeah, you're all there.
And here I thought I'd have to go through the effort of having to find you all, but you're all gathered up nicely.
I figured we'd meet for dinner, but okay.
Well, we don't need to eat, first of all. But this is of utmost importance.
I don't know. I can go with something to it.
I forget it's been a long time since I was. We don't need to eat, actually.
It's hard to break the habit at first, but eventually you realize you just never feel hungry.
Right, it's just a habit.
Yeah, no one gets hungry around here. Epoxy looks aside.
Okay, well, let's start with next steps.
Yeah, I think.
Are we sticking together?
Well,
I did not think we were not. Why are we talking about not staying? What? We're still the crew of the New Dawn. We still have work. I don't understand.
Sorry, it's the first time I've heard that we're not family. I mean, we are a family, but...
Well, we are what remains of the New Dawn. We don't have a captain, we don't have a ship.
Isan will stand up.
Okay, so you stay together. We go together. We do everything together. If we are the last of the New Dawn, then we need to make sure that we find out who the Spelljammer. I can't remember her name. We need to find her.
Lorati is certainly someone we plan to kill in the future.
I'm okay with that, and I want to be there.
Basan, you were saying.
Thank you. We will only be able to stay here for a week, maybe a few days longer, but they will not take us into cluster space. They will send all of us to a single location. The first step is to determine what location that should be. Once we get to that location, we need to have a list of objectives, and then we prioritize.
Okay.
No,
So
there's
sorry.
We've been through incredible trauma. Everyone, each of us should feel like we can walk away if that is what they want. I signed a contract with Lunarbow. I'm not done. I think the Rock of Bral would be a good place to meet because we have a roof. Even if we have to fix it. Chapping will have us.
I'll get that.
She's
covered.
speaking in common. It's not her first language. But after, if we want a ship to buy Rock of Bral, but if we want military, Kirill, Evermeet, maybe Waterdeep. We won't know until we go. That's where I
I
stand.
want to really quickly put something out there because you're making this plan to build an army to go fight the Illithid. If anyone wants to make either a history, just a history. If anyone wants to take a history check to determine what the general stance is on military action against the Illithid, go right ahead.
Oh crap! Mine was a 7.
I'm still hallucinating, so I have a 6.
I surprisingly got a dirty 20.
Varsh, are you you're a revised ranger, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah, I have.
This would be humanoid lore, so you could roll straight if you wish to do instead.
Humanoids are not my favorite enemy.
Oh, got it. Sorry. Usual assumption. Okay, what do we get?
Dirty 20.
20.
6.
6.
8.
8.
10 plus 4, 14.
14. Nice tell a story. It all rather makes sense, I think. So, Varsh and Chaplin, you guys haven't had too much interaction with Illithid in your lifetime, and certainly not in a military capacity. Ed, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, Varsh's favorite enemy is aberrations, which include Illithid, so he knows how to deal with them in a combat sense, but he's not from real planetary stuff. Their matters aren't.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you the straight roll either way. If aberrations are your favorite enemy.
I guess I'll just reroll it then.
Yeah, give me one straight roll. Aberrations. Aberration.
13.
13. So you and Ed would have a similar knowledge basis, which is basically, Illithid are incredibly dangerous for many reasons. The first of which is that they can create more out of their prisoners, which is kind of well known amongst people who know about Illithid. They're very hard to find as well. Basically, the largest military faction that actually fights Illithid is the Gip. Like the Rock of Bral, the Elven Armada, Forces of Drill, whatever. Unless there's an isolated incident, they don't largely do anything against Illithid as a whole. But the Yankee being a bit above the Gitzerai in military action against the Illithid, they're terrifying. People don't want to go incur the wrath of the Illithid because they're generally not a nuisance on those planets. They're an extraplanar issue. So unless they pop up here or there, they'll deal with them since paladins and whoever, they'll deal with them. But as far as dealing with autoloids, with dealing with Elder Brain, Illithid Society, and you know this all Apoxy as well, of course. People don't want to fuck with that. And Apoxy, you especially would know this through your 16, I think you rolled. Where'd you roll? Sorry, you muted.
I'm so sorry. I thought I was unmuted.
No worries.
I rolled a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So excellent. Um, yeah, I would say that. So with that, you would have like a much more specific filing on the matter. Is that like for whatever faction put sort of like protocol into your brain, you would know that the general stance on Illithid is like isolated Illithid, kill him, like fuck their shit up, absolutely. A military faction of Illithid, like lead to like a larger threat, like people will handle that if they got to, but they're not actively seeking out conflict. No way, no how. It's too dangerous. Unless the Githzerai or the Githyank. Githzerai are more like, we want to keep their numbers low. Like, we're going to kill them wherever we can find them, but we're not totally like forming an army to go fight them. The Githyank here are like, fuck the Illithid, we're forming an army, we're going to fuck their shit up, we're the best. So if you're looking for a military faction to go fuck up the Illithid, it's going to be the Githyanki, but they don't like outsiders. They don't like outsiders at all. They're like, Githyanki rule, everybody else rules.
That one guy did tell me that Githyanki suck. Well, it's terrible to say, but the Githyanki are our best option. They won't take kindly to us.
That is something.
You're isolated, like people aren't around us.
Oh, okay.
As far as you know.
Okay. Yeah, as far as we know.
Yeah.
That is not an option we should explore here. We are not going to just go raise an army. But Savasik, or whatever his name is, stated clearly he was bringing back an Illithid empire. So what does that look like? And what does that mean? And is it easier to deal with now than when they have more behind them?
I would say the longer we leave it, the more likely it is for their numbers to grow.
The Githzerai are already on it, but if the Skro are involved, the Armada may be interested. Sending them information should not hurt. There is another group that may take interest for other reasons. But I have to get to Waterdeep first.
I think we're too far ahead of ourselves. We need to sort ourselves out. We need to get back to knowing what we need to do. Ed's not right. We all need to just get together in one place, sort ourselves out, and then organize as to what we can do now, and then have targets for later on. We can't do everything straight away.
The first thing is always where. So Rock of Bral, Waterdeep. Anybody else have any other suggestions?
We've got 3 lodgings at the Rock of Bral. Hungry chap, you're good to let us stay there.
Yes, absolutely. Also, if I recall correctly, I may have been confused, but wasn't it just a short shuttle ride from the Rock of Bral down to Waterdeep?
It is.
No, I don't know that we necessarily need to see that as 2 different locations. It sounds like it's one relative area to me.
I'm happy to go to the Rock of Bral.
I intend to follow wherever Ed decides to go.
I will go wherever Zalace decides to go.
Well, I think the Rock of Ball is the best place to start. We all need a little time just to figure out what we want to do. I know everybody's going to have something, but we need to start somewhere. I'm hoping that now we're on the ship, someone can help Head a little bit to get him back to the way he was. He can't be like this forever. we need Ed. We need to find how we can help Ed.
I I am here. I
I know
put
you
his
are,
tools
Ed.
put his tools down. I already imagined I'm not gonna exactly be able to get off of here and be able to find my brother with exact ease. I also know that finding a new crew, getting a new start, just risks repeating this all over again, minus a few deaths, given they're already dead now. And I also imagine there's few with as personal stakes, and takes a moment to look at Son and Varsh and the rest of the crew. So, the risk of making any more idiotic choices, if you all intend to do what it is you're saying, I continue to have my backing. But I will be honest. I finding my brother's my next step, and if you have any interest in stopping this profit or whatever, that's that'll be your next step too. So that's my plan.
Well, I'm behind you, Ed. I want to help.
Sounds like our next place is Rock of Bral, then, yes?
We're gonna need a ship, and money, a lot of stuff.
I might be able to help out with the money. It might be a little shady, but if we can do something, we'll find that.
Well, the Rock of Bral it is. To find a ship is next.
I wanted to explain something before we continue. I think it's important because, well, for one, it might factor into whether or not you still wish to travel with me at all. Or, well, I'd also like your opinion on something, regardless. Since we first joined the New Dawn, and even some time prior to that, I have been the... How to say this? I have caught the interest of the goddess Hecate. She is the reason I joined the New Dawn, and she has been watching the entire time.
Marsh, you alone see her, three forms standing amongst your friends, the crone always near Ed.
Great. I glance between the three of them like, I'll be honest. She's not a benevolent goddess. Happens to never be a malicious one either, but I can't ascertain whether or not she will be aiming to help or hinder. She is enigmatic. But she is offering me power for what's to come, and I don't know what exact price that power may come at, but I know that I have lost 2 ships and 2 crews in a relatively short space of time, and I would hate to have this repeat for a 3rd time. So I'm inclined to accept her offer, regardless of the price. But this is a decision that does not just affect me, it affects all of you as well. So I'd like your opinion.
to Vash, how will it affect you? You're not going to change it anyway, are you?
Well, up until now, I have been, let's say, a reluctant follower. I've been rejecting her at every turn. But accepting her now would be... I kind of looked at Chaplain then, essentially putting my faith in her.
Well, I'll say that it's been my experience that dealing with a god has been most delightful and helpful. Mine's not necessarily an evil. Mine's not necessarily an evil god, so I can't speak to that. But if you're already bound to serving her anyway, it seems like cooperation might be the easier and more effective way to go.
Almost as if it was predetermined from the start. It's frustrating.
Oh,
I'd
Vash,
been doing what I was told out of fear that there would be consequences and hoping that eventually she would grow bored and leave me alone. But now she is extremely invested in everything that's going to happen. She is quite literally in the room with us right now.
I don't see
Wow.
her.
Like, point to each one individually. She's there, and there.
Is she moving?
No, she's just watching.
so if she's near me, if he's pointing near me, I'm just going to take a couple of steps to the side so I'm a little bit further away. Sorry.
Yeah, you take a couple steps to the side.
I
Fair
covered
enough.
the one that's he was pointing at. I'll just stand right here.
If it's any consolation, Varsh, I've given some thought in the past to the fact that I didn't choose my god either. And through some various conversations, I've come to the realization that sometimes we're just born, or maybe in your case, reborn, under a specific god who's chosen to watch over us.
I suppose that would make sense. Although watch over seems the wrong word in her case. It's more spectate.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
Well, I mean, if she has enough interest in you, that can at some points translate into. I mean, it seems like it could at least translate into protection and assistance. I would think if she has an interest in your continued existence and relationship.
Hard to say. I don't know if she's interested in my success, my death, or even has no interest at all and is kind of just here to enjoy the show. Like I said, she's hard to read.
Yes.
Bisan would like to try something. It's probably not going to work, but she's still really fucking traumatized. So you pointed out to where everything was, right?
Essentially where they are on the board.
And one of
So-
them is like essentially right next to Bisan.
Yep.
She wants to turn in that direction and close her eyes. And like in the same way that she was touching on her psionics when she was, doing all of the shit in the Nodloid, she just wants to try to see if she can see or feel what Varsh is saying. I mean, he's never lied, so.
Make me an intelligence-based insight check.
Ooh.
Because
Like
you're
we're
using the intellect of your psionics, not your wisdom.
intelligence. I'm sorry, an intelligence-based insight check. Thank you.
Yeah.
16.
16. You sort of close your eyes, you close all your senses off, the sound of your friends talking sort of dims away. You've closed your eyes, and so your sight is gone. You sort of bask away with all of your senses, touch being the closest to related to psionics of all of them. You feel sort of the stale wind of the stale, non-moving air of the dreadnought. And you feel presence in the room. You feel, as always, the presence of those living about you. And then you feel something great, something powerful, something dark and wicked. And it feels like it is here, but it feels like almost magnetically pulled towards Varsh, as if Varsh were a positive magnet and this presence was a negative magnet, and the negative magnet's just pulling itself back, but is there, his presence.
Isan will just give a slight acknowledgement, just a.
I want you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Is that what I'm going to do?
As you are attempting to use your powers beyond what you're capable of again.
I'm going to use inspiration then, because that 3 is not. I'm not feeling it, and I'm going to roll a different dice. I'm going to get rid of that inspiration. I've been holding on to it for a while, like a whole session. That's better. Constitution save plus 6, 21.
21. As you sort of come out of this trance, your head begins to like hurt, and it's that same feeling. You know when you work out, or you just come back to working out for a long time, and you're pushing yourself sort of beyond where you should be. You feel the headache coming with every rep. That's what it's like, but it doesn't quite reach the point of like this migraine staying here all day. But it sort of like levels out just a little under that. And your body pushes through it, but you do feel the strain of pushing your psionic powers past what you're capable of.
Does she sprout another nosebleed?
Sure.
I think Celeste would see what Bison's doing and sort of understand that she's trying to use her psionics. And I was thinking about it, and then obviously I see her nosebleed, and I think I'll wait.
Okay.
I'll go over to Bison and just say, "Are you okay? Can I help?"
I should. And I'll just like probably pull up a seat of floor and just sit.
When
He's
you're
not
ready to
seeing
leave.
things. She's here.
I believe him. But when you're ready to go, I'll help.
And I'm feeling a little better. I'm going to go see the Anarch and fix my sword.
Okay.
I kind of look to Epoxy there. I'm curious of your thoughts on the matter.
I wonder if you have the same feelings that I do. Being controlled.
Oh, I felt like a puppet on a string for a while. I don't like it that much.
Okay. Well, despite anything happening to you, I will stop it from happening. Physically. Not mentally. I'm not good at that.
I appreciate that. We'll take this. We're far better than I expected.
I have nothing to say. I'm so sorry.
In that case, I'll continue traveling with you all and join you with the Rock of Bral. Though I do intend to take special care of protecting Ed. He's much too important.
We need to take special care of each other. All of us together need to stay together and watch each other's backs. I agree that we need to help Ed as much as we can. He seems to be Ed. I'm sorry. You seem to be the focus of what's going on, and I don't want to pry. And I'll only you tell me when you want to talk about it, but we all need to just watch each other's backs.
Ed's gonna put a very oily mitt on your back and be like, "Yeah, pass me that garbage over there for a second." Like mid conversation, as he's still been building, yeah, and kind of rudely, but yeah.
We should also take time to decompress. We have time. We should take time. It was a lot.
Well, we have a week. Make the most of it.
You can all go off on your separate directions. And as they're all walking off, Varsh, you will sort of, it'll be from the periphery of your eye, but soon you'll realize, Hecate is gone from the conversation, but some things of hers remain. You are going to see as Chaplain and Apoxy sort of walk away. They'll both be holding torches, ornate sort of iron and steel torches as they walk away with purple lights. You'll see Ed sort of as he's banging away. He's holding a key, not a hammer, a large key. You will see Hassan walk away with a dagger, a very ornate, sort of hooked, almost ceremonial-esque dagger. Sorry, my apologies. Zalace walks away with a dagger. Hassan walks away with a spined, spiked crown of iron, almost like thorns.
I was writing this all down so I don't forget.
So while he's doing that, so I'm going to stay around Ed, and even though I know he was being a bit rude, and I get it, I'm just going to run off and get Ed's rubbish and run it back to him and say, "There you go, Ed." And then I'll just sort of like back off a couple of steps and give him his time and say, "If you need anything, let me know."
He'll nod. And to clarify, it was basically Ed is taking what the Gifts Zarai's scrap trash, and he's trying to turn it into the pyramid. And so I just thought that was like a funny little like interjection. Ed will probably stay there until they kick him out.
They don't kick you out. They let you stay as long as you want.
He's gonna stay there until he's got at least one pyramid cartridge that
got it.
Be a ticket for something.
All right, you'll go off in your separate ways. Marsh, to your eyes alone, they also be bearing strange items, relics that you have seen in your many visions of Hecate.
Yep.
So you all go your separate ways. We're gonna hit Basan as the day progresses onward. Basan, you will return to the Archon, the blade is disassembled, its casing unfurled, certain cracked pieces of arcane arithmetic are thrown away, the enchantment is changed. There is a small bead of light that sort of like blinds you as you look at it, almost like a tiny, tiny, tiny sun unto itself. The Archon advises you not touch, as that is pure radiant energy, and only psionics should be what touches it. And thus, you can use your mage hand or your telekinesis to do so. But over time, a very complex assembly is made. The original casings and designs of the Sunblade is not changed or sullied in any way to respect its previous wielder. Eventually, it's reassembled over the course of time. It is very, it is very sort of psionically, like, you guys don't even really touch it. It's more like the Archon sits across from you and all the tiny little pieces, the screws, the casings, the internals, all just sort of floating around and sort of being like assembled together over the course of like an hour. And in the end, the blade sort of flutters over to you. Its cracks and stains gone. It has been replenished of its power. And you can feel its ability to attune as reestablished. And the Archon says, I imagine, let me get the course. It seems to me that you have made a decision. The way of Zethai is not your path, as you have said before. You're muted. Bizarre.
We'll be going to the Rock of Bral.
As I have said, if you can find your way back to Limbo or the Githzerai ranks, you'll of course be welcomed back to the teachings of Zerth. So, I do not have the power to give you a rank, for you do not belong to our order any longer. But I do grant you this blade. Its wielder, I expect, from the presence within the, where is it? The Talaya Kith within, the sword spirit within. It speaks of one of strange mind, one I have not encountered before. Power of the Archon, the viciousness of the Githyanki Knights. Two things that never have collided, should have collided. I expect your path is more stranger than that of Zerai, which is stranger than itself. So take this blade, may it serve you well, and may no illithid stand in the way again.
And she will bow deeply.
I advise you caution, Visar Alessandro, as you go forth. I sense much turbulence in you, much anger, much wrath, much vengeance to be exacted. These are the tools Vlaakith uses on her subjects. These are the chains of the Githyanki. The Githzerai gain their power because there we are many, because we are a people and a community. You, I expect, have found these feelings through your friends, through your crew. And if you wish to survive these, you must learn to let go. You must learn to let go of your attachments to them. For they will only lead to pain, death, pain. These are terrible things, but natural parts of our world. If you wish to survive, you must learn to let go. If you wish to place your energy into something, place it into keeping your community strong. Your crew should come before vengeance. I give you this advice, and hope you can quell the anger in your heart that I feel so strongly.
I am grateful for your guidance.
She gives you a look as someone who understands, most troublingly, that experience sometimes is a more important teacher than words. though the Gitsurai often try and teach before experience. It's not really their way, but she expects that maybe her words have not had as much of an impact as she might have hoped, and worries the path that you walk.
And I will take my leave, as I understand she's incredibly busy. I'll go attune to my blade.
I have told you before that the blade can take many colors. Um, it takes on a it takes a bluish color for see if I get them all right. The Gitsurai takes a red color for the Githyanki, and it takes a purplish color for the Illithid. Yellow is its natural state. That's for those unaligned with psionics, and those unaligned sort of in their hearts with those sort of powerful views. What is your alignment, the song?
I believe it is neutral good. Let me check.
Good. Do you empower the blade? Do you drive your will through it and force it to create energy?
Yes.
As you do so, the blade will flame and exact itself forth and vibrate in the air with radiance and power. It is yellow to you.
All right.
Which is its natural state.
Well, that's good. Yeah, no, I just wanted to verify that I wasn't lawful neutral. But yeah, no, lawful neutral good.
Yeah, no problem. You are now in possession of Tron's functioning sun sword, by your people, traditionally called a side blade. If you focus on it and continue to use it, maybe you might be able to focus your own psionic power through it and make it more potent. But for now, it is radiance. It is as it functions, as you are new to the blade, and it is new to you. Okay. As I think it's coming to an end, but you all, as I've said, sleep isn't quite as necessary. The Gitsurai will encourage it to many of you. Per what you've gone through, and sleep is the best curative for all of that. Why don't we go to a break, and when we come back, we'll sort of deal with this next portion of time as a makeshift downtime. There's not a lot of options, but we'll see how each of your weeks progress before you decide to take off to the Rock of Bral. Let's take a break. We'll come back like on the hour-ish. We'll say 10 minutes to the hour. All right, we'll be back soon.
Dude, Blink is a cool ass spell. I can't believe more people aren't using it.
Blink is an amazing spell.
You essentially make yourself invulnerable for like a combat.
Yeah. You appear into the space and you like, and then you vanish if you roll well. But I think people don't like it because it's like you can't control it. So if you're like, oh wait, I want to like be able to utilize my reactions for whatever reason, like you can't, right? So that's
right.
Yeah, but for like clerics, it's perfect because you don't have counter spells or anything like that. So it's like,
yeah, pop in, pop a heal, or throw a mace and pop back out again. I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
That is pretty exciting. Well, that was cool.
Yeah.
Really? All right. Because you were fine. You were fine. You were fine. Or you were. You know you were. You and I both know you were. So tomorrow, let's just
Back to work tomorrow. What is that? Nobody wants to get back to work.
Nobody at all.
Jupi, AC.
Hey, Steph!
Hey, Steph.
How's it going, guys?
I love the shirt.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I thought I'd at least say hi, because why not? He's right here in my living room.
Yay! I'm so glad you're here.
She kept trying to come in during like heavy moments. Just Jakey standing in the background. But
Watching is for the watch.
She's like the real life chaplain. Just constantly photo bombing during like intense moments.
I miss my dad. Hey, it's me, guys. It's me, Chaplin. Hey, roll back. Why don't we hop to it? All right. Excuse me. Everybody, it's time. We're back at it again. All right.
Time.
It is time. That it is. Alright, Charlie, hello. There's nothing to see. There. The real one will be terminal. Nostalgia works. I'm just trying to remember all the things you get to be alive with when you're in the Astral Sea. Where's the Astral Sea? Yeah, you don't need to eat. Food. Shenanigans, video cards. Yeah. Nothing ages. And definitely left with the water. Okay, cool. So you do all these things. Okay. Your week begins. So you guys got 4 days to kind of do what you wish to do aboard the Dreadnought. Does anybody have anything in mind that they'd like to get up to?
Yeah.
That could just be RP. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Zelos.
Well, so obviously off the back of the meeting I had earlier and just talking with the monks and going through that process of trying to find that meditation balance with what's going on and understanding the psionics a bit better and how to use all that is what I want to do for the whole of the 4 days.
Got it. So I will say the Enlightened is probably busy for that one-on-one, but the original Zerk that you met, who sort of brought you aboard the ship, will sort of be able to help you out, being a fairly advanced psionic. So that Zerk will help you. So you guys he'll probably ask where you want to go. That might be a little bit more quiet, and frankly, that might just be the not cargo hold, but sort of the entrance bay. So we'll say you guys kind of set up down there. The other gets sort of wander away. And he will just sort of like hear about your experiences, your different abilities. And he'll tell you, he'll say, so as the Enlightened spoke, you are someone we call Tilakith, which is the soul knife, or the direct translation is the sword spirit. We use this word interchangeably with the blades that we carry. You have within yourself a different sort of psionic potential. Your companion, Bisan, for example, she uses her psionic power for might, for power, for strength in combat, whereas you use your power for more cunning activity, to communicate, to better help yourself perform tasks and such. So you should be able to connect with people with with the ambient psionic energy, with the planes itself more potently than she should be able to. Her skills as a warrior will be more advanced, but yours as a scion will be greater in different instances. So I invite you, as I shall teach you the Zerth, the way of the Zerthai, which is what we call our training regiment for psionics. Take time now. Hold your legs. Quiet your mind. Vacate it of all senses other than touch. Feel the air around you. Hear the voices in your head. Try and quiet your own and let something else come and rise about. I'll try and guide you through meditation in this way. You'll introduce incenses and calming elements to try and help you forget how strange it feels to be on this dreadnought. And just sort of find a place of peace where you can expand your mind if at all possible. I want you, similar to Basan, to make me an intelligence-based insight check.
That's an 11.
An 11? Around the end, you start to be able to tap into, as you have before, while you're on the New Dawn, you're able to sort of tap in and feel the presence of those around you. So you kind of feel, their minds, how they're all connected and linked. And you begin to explore past that into minds that are not there necessarily. And it is loud. At first, it's a whisper, but by the end of the week, it is a menagerie of voices all stacked upon each other. And you very much feel like you might be hearing anything from the voices of the dead to the echoes of thoughts from across the astral sea to the thoughts of people aboard the ship. And you're beginning to connect with it in a more interesting and more advanced way, but you still have much work to do. And he is able to help you in these deep meditative trances, able to expand your essentially your psionic whispers, able to sort of expand that to the sense where you're able to connect with not just people you can see or generally around you, but the menagerie of voices all around, present all the time. And it'll take some time to learn to sort out those voices, but you're advancing and learning. Would you wish to tell him of your past, and he might be able to expand on that and help you sort of gain some insight into that, perhaps?
Yeah. So I'll tell him about what happened. I was sent on a mission with an ally and a friend, and we were ambushed, which seems to me now to be some sort of setup. So the fear of being ambushed and jumped upon by several or more people sort of puts that fear, because I was on death's door at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So
he says, yeah. He will say, death is a very strange process. The soul travels onward to the next plane, but that doesn't happen here so very often in the astral sea. You see, many who die in the astral sea are made to wander. Their souls are more difficult to collect. This can happen very occasionally with those with psionic potential while on the material planes, and that perhaps is what happened to you. Rather than your soul moving on instantly, it instead connected with these vibrant psionic powers and infused yourself with it. This is not something to shy from, not something to fear. This is something to come to terms with, and know that it is part of you. And then that part of you can be quite powerful. You can repress it, many do. But those who embrace that potential become quite powerful and understand themselves in a way that very few do. I shall tell you this, though. Be careful extending yourself beyond what is comfortable. In this environment, your meditations went well, but had they not, there is the potential for psychic damage. Be careful extending yourself beyond your comfortable abilities, especially in times of duress. It can do more harm than good, so take time and be careful with your own mind. It is your greatest tool. It is your link to psionic power. If it falls, so shall you.
Thank you. I think I noticed that a little bit with Bison when she was, I think, trying to contact you when we were on the Northern.
Yes.
So, yeah.
What she did was very dangerous. It led us to you all. It allowed her to tap into something that you might access a little more easily than she. But she did it at great potential risk. Expanding your mind beyond your limits is not something well done. You may have seen the enlightened on the floor upstairs, meditating before one another. They're taking great care and great time to adapt their mind to their psionic powers before utilizing them. Some study and meditate for years before attempting a new psionic power, because it can be quite dangerous. So be cautious with your mind. Push it, but never too hard.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I appreciate your time with you.
Of course. Was there any other questions that you had? It is unfortunate you could not be with us longer.
No, I think how you've explained it is enough at the moment. They always have the song as well to fall back on and use as a sounding board. So thank you.
As a friend of hers, and if you feel it's your place, advise her caution when expanding these powers, as I do to you now. It could be quite dangerous. And if ever you need guidance, the Astral Sea has much to teach, even more so than me or any enlightened coach. Feel it around you, and maybe you'll find answers there.
I feel that, unfortunately, where we may be heading and what we may be doing, I might not have a choice but to venture into that path. But hopefully, we can solve something.
Very well. And he will let you go. He will leave you with a little Shakat's eye, and you may return to whatever it is you do, but you spend this time meditating. And I will say you gain an inspiration, as you have perhaps gained some insight, inspiration into your own powers and abilities.
Thank you.
Cool. Who else? Who else has got stuff they want to do around the ship? Even if it's little, even if it's not much. Yes, Chaplain.
Yeah, it's relatively mundane, but just for, again, class development, character development. Chaplain I'm just aware of today. Apparently it happened a few days ago, but I haven't been paying attention. So just opened up third level spells. So I think, he would mostly spend time kind of, meditating and praying and sort of attempting to exercise and perfect those.
Absolutely. You go through your these new powers that have been entrusted to you by your god. More and more do you feel connected as more and more blessings does he place upon you, and more fun little tricks you are able to perform in his name. And you take the time to learn what knowledge liturgical is bestowed upon you. Absolutely. Fantastic. As ever, you feel his presence, but as it is with clerics and gods, communing with them can be a little more difficult, as the cleric's dilemma is that it's about faith, knowing they're there, knowing they're guiding you, not always directly in your ear, but always there, gently guiding the path. Okay. What about the rest of yous? 4 left of yous.
I kind of said this last session, but Vosh was essentially intending to give Hecate his answer on the eve of the last day.
Okay. Absolutely. You find yourself in a quiet room somewhere. You call out to her presence, and it will come to you as it has. You see the three-figured form of Hecate, her spiked crown, her torches, her keys, her daggers come to you. She sort of pets your dragon as it sort of goes over to her familiarly like a mother. It says, Mr. Voidlights. How interesting your path is becoming.
I suppose this is one word for it. As I promised, I'm here to give my answer.
Your answer is...
Gets down onto his knees and kind of sets his sword down in front of him. I will no longer be an unwilling participant. I now follow willingly and accept the power that you have to offer and the guidance that you've given me so far. You have my faith.
Your faith was never in doubt, Mr. Voidlights. Even in your fear and your resentments, I knew you believed in the path. To have your blade pleases me. Though I admit, there is... And then the other voice, one of the other women will say, it must be admitted that there is a displeasure in that we will not have such interesting, combative conversations any longer. There was a certain charm to your displeasure.
Well, surely you saw it coming from the beginning. And I am but an ant in your eyes. It's not as if I'm in a position to really refuse.
There is always a path, Mr. Voidlights. Always a crossroads. And though I know what paths you will come to, which crossroads you may go, I do not control the fates. But boy, can I guess which way you will go. And this one, I'm sure, will be to the benefit of us both. I will be watching. Oh yeah, go ahead.
He gets to his feet then. You offered magic. You spoke of the different schools and what you had to offer.
I am a god, harsh Voidlights, but I am also dark. I am also one that is not always traipsed upon for powers most holy. I can bestow upon you lost and eldritch lore, for I am the goddess of witchcraft. It is to you to decide how I might vest that power within you. You wish to be my faithful? I will bestow such powers upon you. You wish to be a student of witchcraft? I can bestow this as well. I have given you a taste of both powers. It'll be you to decide which you favor most.
So,
it is your crossroads.
Above the table.
Yeah.
Well, it makes perfect sense for me to like go down the path of the cleric or warlock. My charisma is my dump stat. I don't even meet the requirements to multi-class into them.
Got it. What about wisdom? You got wisdom though.
Yeah, I have wisdom. I have 14 wisdom.
Got it. So she would so maybe if I revoke that, she maybe won't talk about bestowing upon you the powers of witchcraft. As maybe she doesn't think you're interesting enough to bestow those upon. What is your stat?
So charisma I have a +0, so it's 11. Wisdom
11.
is, yeah. And I believe that for multiclassing into Warlock or Cleric, you require a 13 or a
That's
14.
true. So she will. I'll tell you what. She says, "You stand at a crossroads, Vash Voidlight. I can bestow upon you powers most holy and unholy. Or, if you wished for the more difficult path, I can still bestow upon you pure and simple witchcraft, eldritch lore, lost secrets. I can give these to you. Which would you, I wonder, desire?"
Hmm. It's just like, what are my options? Like, in
So
more
she's basically
simple
asking you, like, cleric or warlock.
Yeah. Hmm.
I forget at times, or mortal minds do not consider all possibilities. If you must consider your path, take your time, but know that witchcraft is not beyond you. Though certainly I think the path more difficult, but not unobtainable or uninteresting. I can press upon you these powers and make you potent, Mr. Voidlight. Take your time and decide. A path most unholy, path of the witch. I'll be interested to hear what you decide.
When the time is right, I'll make my decision. But for now, having the offer there is enough.
She will walk to the table and she will place a hand on the table and she'll say, "The decision is indeed yours." And she will move her hand back, and as she does so, a large tome will appear on the table. And she'll say, "This is for you and for you alone. Should you discard it, sell it, give it to a friend, anything other than read it or keep it on your person, I will assume you will pick the path of unholy divine power. But should you read this to its completion, should you gain the insights it may grant, the powers of leadership and charisma that you lack, I will know your choice was witchcraft." She will push forth to you. I believe it is a tome of leadership. I believe. Yeah, tome of leadership and defense.
Ooh, okay. Oh wow. Okay. That is interesting.
The picture. There's a picture on there that looks like really cool and gold and stuff. Hers is definitely like dark and black and purple.
Yeah.
It's got a picture of her with her like with her torches and daggers and ropes and shit. It's definitely like a more diabolical tone. That definitely looks like a witch's primer. So you have that in your possession. Should you ever discard it in any way, whether that's give it to a friend, sell it, throw it off the side of a ship, she will know your answer was cleric. Decide to read it and learn its lore, she will know your answer was witchcraft. And with that, she's gone, and the scene returns unto itself once more, but the book remains.
Kind of stare at the book. Maybe Chapman was right. I'm kind of just stuff in my bag, and I'll figure out what I'm doing with that in a bit.
Fair enough, sir. Okay, what about Apoxy, Ed, Jord, Hassan? What are you three?
Can Ed see if he finished making one pyramid cartridge, like a small one?
All right, so I am going to give you a DC. Because you're not working with optimal materials, but because you have constructed one, These are all going to take into account your DC. So go ahead, make me a Tinker's check, see if you could assemble one throughout the week.
Okay. Tinker. Efficiency plus 6. That is 17 plus 6. 23.
21 will do the, or 17 plus 6, that's 23. That will do the job. It's a little tricky because you're working with suboptimal materials, you're sort of retrofitting stuff, and it certainly isn't as like polished and refined as your first one. But you know, it's got some rust here. There's some like, you know, some you had to like actually build tools to like properly make this that you don't have here. As these guys are like, you guys are monks, they're not builders, you know. But but in the end, you do manage to make a pyramid ballista cartridge. You were able to recreate your invention.
Alright, cool. Look, pocket that for safekeeping, and I hope to use it as a bargaining chip one day. Maybe.
So I will say, Ed, this is a cartridge meant for a ballista. Do you know how long like ballista bolts are?
Yeah, it'd be pretty big.
They're fucking huge. So while you can carry this thing, this isn't going in your bag. This is like probably longer, bigger, heavier than a spear. While you can like affix this to like your back and like strap it to yourself, that's not good. Unless you wrap it in like a blanket or a sheet or something, that's not good.
Would it go into a bag of holding by any chance?
I think a bag of holding is a bit small for a cartridge that's meant to strap 4 bolts onto it. I think that's a little girthy at its most minimal length.
Well, I'll just strap it to my back then.
Yeah,
we're gonna
wrap it up to keep it hidden if that's the idea. But nobody's gonna look at it and be like, "Oh, that's what that is."
I just want to be able to store and move with it. That's what I'm.
You can do that. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah,
you can strap it to your back.
You know, above the table, we're gonna go look for a ship, and I'm gonna be like, "What do you guys give me for this?" Or use it for our ship. We'll see. Either way, I just want to be able to move with it while still having my hands.
Got it. And since there's no ballista bolts loaded into it, I'm gonna give you a weight for it because I feel makes sense. Let's call it like 30 pounds.
All right.
We'll call it like a big old 30-pound situation.
Cool. And until we leave, I'll keep it there. So the gifts or if they have any at all, like, oh, what the hell is this? They can look at it all I want.
Got it. Yeah. And they'll look at it. You think the gifts or are like, they're interested by it. Like they'll look at it as like a anomaly. They're like, oh, like you've been building it all week. Let's take a look. But they don't. And if you explain it, you're like, oh, it's like a cartridge for storing ballista bolts, so you can fire 4 shots before a reload. They'll be like, oh, cool. But like, yeah, like these guys aren't like they're a military faction, but they're monks. You know, they're not big weapon people. So they're like, oh, cool. Like they don't want it. Like they're not like, oh, get it, like come on, give it to us. They're pretty humble as far as possessions go.
And obviously, Basan and Zalace would recognize it from using it, so they'd be able to see it there.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Okay, well done, Ed. I'm gonna give Martian Chaplain, or actually, I'm gonna give Chaplain inspiration for speaking to your god, feeling like your god. Martian can give it a reward of sorts, possibly. Ed, you've made one of your cartridges. That is unto itself. What is Basan and Apoxy up to? Yeah, Apoxy. Muted.
I forgot I was muted.
No problem.
This is for the whole week, right?
Yeah, this is for like 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, I guess for the rest of the time, Epoxy's just gonna spar with somebody or a couple of people.
All right, let's play with that.
The battle mindset.
All right, you go over to these like monks. You're like, I want to fight. And they're like, all right, you want to have a little fight?
Let's have a little fight.
All right.
Not to the death.
They're like,
It's
oh,
just
of course. What
sparring.
do you
It's
do?
just sparring.
They're like, that goes without saying. Uh, to the death.
Anyways, I go
What
into
kind of-
rage. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no, you can go to a rage. But yeah, so you'll sort of enter the little arena here. It's like very small. It's like, there's not a lot of running around going on here, but the show me. He's like, he does one of those. He does like a Neo. I know Kung Fu. All right, roll me an initiative.
All right. You're feeling lucky. Ooh. That's gonna be 21.
Natural 20. Or a 22.
Oh, okay.
You're you're feeling pretty good about it, and then he just like sucker punches you in the face.
Wait,
like,
I don't feel pain.
That's right, you don't feel pain. You just, he rolls a natural 20 on the first shot. I was 2 nat 20s in a row. That's pretty fucking cool. You're gonna take you're gonna take 14 bludgeoning damage. Just bops you one like right in the chin. And as he punches you, there's going to be some psionic energy that flows through his fist into your brain. You're going to take.
Oh my goodness.
You're going to take 26 psychic damage. I can't hear you.
20. How
There you
much
go.
psychic?
26.
21, 22, 23, 25, 26. Oh, I take 40 whole damage?
Yeah, you're just like, you charge towards him, you underestimate him because he's kind of thin, and then he just, and then it's like the full Mortal Kombat, like, zoom in, jaw break, and then, like, your head goes like a blood vessel pop, and you, like, I mean, you're
part of his
mechanics,
jaw
but still.
just come unhinged, and it's just so much electricity's coming out.
I think he's gonna hold back on his second unarmed attack, and he kind of just like, maybe it was like a little, he didn't mean to hit you that hard, he doesn't normally hit.
Is this a surprise attack?
Do you wish to continue?
No!
Oh, okay, all right. Sorry. And the fight will stop. Well, let me take it one more time because double nat 20s is that's a little bullshit. It's not like a real fight. Okay, roll me an initiative one more time. You come back tomorrow, healed up.
Oh, god dang it. I need to restore my pride.
You're like, all right, let's go. And he
machine.
just fucking bops you with one punch, and you just sort of limp away.
This time,
you
I'm
come back-
starting off going into a rage, just because of how upset I was that last time.
All right, so roll the initiative, and we'll see if you beat him in the initiative.
I do not.
What'd you roll?
5.
Yeah, he'll beat you, and he tries to measure his punch, so he isn't coming at you at 20, and he's gonna punch. That's gonna be a modified 20 to hit.
Bludgeoning?
This is just attack roll, modified 20 to hit.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
All right, so no nat 20. That's going to be 5 bludgeoning damage. He catches you, and then he's going to do some psychic damage, which is going to be 4 psychic damage, much more reasonable damage for a 2 CR creature. And then he's going to swing, and this time you get out of the way, and he goes for the same nat 20 punch on the second one, but you back up and he misses you. It's your turn. Go ahead and take your turn.
Sorry, for bludgeoning damage, I round down for having it.
Well, you're not raged yet, so we
I said I would go into a rage into the battle.
I don't think he'd so how does that work?
Okay.
So you're in the arena together, and they say start the fight. That's initiative. So are you raging?
Okay. No, okay, I get it.
Okay, cool. So now you can rage. You go into a rage.
Now I'm raging. And this time he's just Epoxy's just gonna get their tail out and make sure it's ready to poke at him.
It's the tail sort of like extends itself out from behind you and like almost scorpion-like, sort of like reaches around above you,
All right.
sort of like extending out from the shoulder blades, kind of scorpion from Spider-Man style.
All right, tough guy. I'll show you how today will go. And he's gonna, Epoxy's gonna do a unarmed strike.
All right, make it happen.
I have to restore what I lost. 20. It's more than a 20.
You definitely get him. You come out in decisive fury and you strike. Make me a damage roll.
I believe. Okay. 5 bludgeoning.
Oh, brother. Ew.
Oh, sorry.
5 bludgeoning damage. Good
7.
job. Oh, 7 bludgeoning. That's right, rage damage. 7 bludgeoning damage. The tail whips into him. Go ahead for another one.
Oh, I forgot. Thank you.
Yep.
14
You finally
plus 7.
made that level 5 happen.
21.
21 will hit. Roll me some damage.
A 3.
Is that with rage damage?
Yeah. I rolled the 1. Oh, I forgot.
You get a modifier too, right?
3. Okay. 6. There we go.
6 damage. There we go. All right, 6 damage. You hit him with the rage damage. Very good. He sort of like gives you a look of like, all right. Like he like wipes a little blood away, gives you a look of like, okay, here we go. Now we're doing it.
You're not getting the best of me today.
He is going to, as a reminder, you have reckless attacks if you ever want to use that. That's also
Okay.
But he is going to take 2 attacks at you. So it does the like gently thing, or loosely, whatever. He swings at you. That's going to be a 9. Sort of his hand bounces off of your chassis. He's like, fuck. As he forgot you were just a robot. And then he remembers you're a robot and rolls a 23 to hit.
Modified?
Modified, yes.
I would like to take a reaction to up my AC with my tail.
Ooh. Okay. How does that work?
If a creature you can see within 10 feet of you hits you with an attack roll, you can use a reaction to swipe your tail and roll a d8, applying a bonus to your AC equal to the number rolled, potentially causing the attack to miss you.
Fantastic. Roll me a d8, see if that beats his 23 attack roll.
Okay. No. I got
okay, your tail
18
comes around to try and block his punch, and it does like kind of hit off the side of his punch, but he is, as dexterous as he is, his punch is decisive, and it comes in and just cracks you in the jaw. You're gonna take 6 bludgeoning damage reduced to 3 because you're raging, and you're gonna take 8 psychic damage.
All right.
All right, it's your go. Which?
I'm gonna reckless.
All right.
14 hit.
14 would hit, but as the punch is coming in, we can't quite get to it. You see there's sort of like the air around you almost seems to like shift and vibrate with psionic energy, and he is going to psionically cast shield.
Oh my god. Okay. Second attack, 13, 20. Does a 20 hit?
A 20 beats his. You see the shield now, and you bring your hand and you punch right through the psionic shield and punch him in the face. Go ahead and make your damage roll.
8 damage.
8 damage. He takes that. He's looking bloody. You got him on the ropes. He's going to come around, and now that you've attacked recklessly, keep in mind reckless affects all attack rolls, so all of those would have advantage. Just a reminder. Now he will have advantage because you've been reckless and you've left yourself open. He'll attack at advantage. That's going to be a natural 20. You leave yourself open. He sees his move and he comes in for the punch. This is going to hurt. That's going to be 16 reduced to 8 bludgeoning damage.
Ow!
And then here comes the fuck ton of psychic damage. This is what it is.
This is where I die.
That is going to be 22 psychic damage.
Oh my god.
And you feel like almost your consciousness is like pulled out of your body, like Doctor Strange style, before it like yo-yos back in.
Ah!
And then he goes for a second punch.
No! I shouldn't have reckless.
That's going to be 22 to hit. Modified.
Reaction!
Reaction!
Please give me an 8.
Go for it.
Start it! No, I didn't get it past.
I'm trying to get the tail in there, but he's just too fast. And that's going to be 9 reduced to 4 bludgeoning damage because you're raging.
9 reduced to... Oh my
and
god.
an additional 7 psychic damage.
I am out.
And you fall back, and unfortunately, you are defeated. Game over. Gitsurai wins. And he helps you back up, and was honored by your fight. He'll say he can't. Basically, someone's there translating for this particular gift, but he says basically he's honored by your fight. You fight with much ferocity, and he will bow to you and always welcome you to try again another time.
I bow to him and say, "Shat Katsai."
Oh wait, is that?
For honor, for honor. No.
Oh, okay. He said Shikatsai to you back as well. Well, you're gonna tell him to eat shit. But yeah, you can spar with them, and maybe the fights become a little less like you two beating the shit out of each other, a little more like
this psychic damage is deadly.
Yeah, that's where the Gitsurai are mean. They get the psychic damage in there, and that hurts like a mother. And he'll just kind of talk about the technique, and you'll talk about like the reckless is good when you're trying to draw attention away from your friends, but if you've already got a target, you gotta balance it out. But you're really like you're a great fighter, and just gotta get that tail in there and keep working on the tail.
Come on, you gotta keep working. I give it a punch.
But yeah, you keep working, and he's happy to fight with you, and maybe you learn a thing or two from these monk warriors. Who would have ever thought the monk beats the barbarian? Mind you, the monk did have like psychic power gauntlets on, but whatever. You'll come back another day and beat his ass. Sure. Okay, well done, Apoxy. I would say from this you've learned something maybe about your own fighting styles, how to go forward. Take inspiration.
I don't feel like I deserve that inspiration, but thank you.
There is victory in defeat at times. There is success in failure.
I'll show you.
He goes. Never mind.
Deskanva!
He goes. Oh.
I run away.
He goes Shilak as you run away.
I don't know what that means.
Flips you off.
I flip him off.
He goes Teskin Vas Shikaketh.
Oh, I will learn that, and I will say it back to you.
And you run off. Okay, what about Basan? Basan, you're last up to bat. What are you doing? Or these next 4 days?
I think the last 4 days, the Anarch had said that she would make herself available to Bisan.
Uh-huh.
So I think Bisan would go back, dressed not in. I mean, she'd have her sun sword because just for safety, you don't leave those lying around. But she would just be in basic robes with her hair in a very basic braid and say, "You're right. I have people to protect. So what can I learn in 96 hours?"
Not much. But you can learn yourself. I would recommend to you, as you clearly have your psionic powers, you have a mind for might and power and offense. I'd recommend you focus on defense. Your power is based on attack. You must remember to draw back and protect as well. Your mind is a flurry of rage. Remember, protect yourself by not letting that rage control you.
My mind failed in the battle, not my sword. My mind
Losing a fight is not to fail. Not every fight can be won. You only lose if you do not learn from it.
That's why I'm here. But it hurts. Still.
Then take time to remind yourself that your loss and the death is not your fault. So many people, so many undisciplined minds, so many creatures across the multiverse are so obsessed with guilt. Guilt and fear, blaming themselves for things that have happened. Many have died under my commands. If I let that defeat me, I could not be an Anarch today. You must learn that anyone who follows you or anyone else into battle has made their own decisions. Anyone who is trusted in a leader has decided to be led. You are not responsible for everything that happens. Take responsibility only for yourself, for it is all you can control in your life.
She will spend the next 96 hours meditating, thinking about the astral sea. The emotion exists, and I feel like tamping it down is a bad idea, but like, what would he do?
Right.
Right?
And as you come to the Archon, speak of this, she says to let go of rage and pain is not to push it down, to hide it, or to push it down and hide it, to put it aside for later. Emotions are like plants. They grow no matter what. And as long as they're within you, they will feel the heat of your own emotions, your own feelings, and they will grow like under the sun. You must learn to let go of them, disattach yourself, remove them from them, forgive yourself. Only then can you be free of pain. So she will advise this, and as you go there and you're trying to find a way to let go of this hate, this anger, and this pain for this prophet who killed Nineveh in front of you, these visions of death that you have seen before you, she advises you that you need to let go of the emotion. Stop tying things to those things and let them go free. But it's hard to interpret what the fuck that means. Let go of it. It's a part of you. So you try and force yourself not to like shove it down and hide it away and to have it there. She'll tell you to feel it and be in it, understand those feelings, understand what happened. She sort of preaches this idea of letting go of emotion, being free from it altogether. But, well, you've decided to take another path, Hassan. Maybe letting go of anger and rage is more difficult for you than it once was so long ago when you were a obedient monk of the Gitzerai. And you had learned to not allow emotion in so that it does not need to be let go, but you have let emotion in. You have experienced much. You have this pain and this hate and this anger inside of you that she tells you will eat you alive if you allow it. That vengeance is a poison. And it's up to you to decide how the song responds to all of this, but she advises unto you to let go of your hate for the prophets, that if you hunt the prophet, you hunt him not because he did you wrong, but because he is evil. And that evil needs to be extinguished and nothing more. If you hunt him for vengeance for your lost captain, it will poison you. And it's up to you to decide how you respond to his teachings. If you're able to empty yourself of pain and hate. Or if not quite, or at least not yet. Because all of your understanding, you know what the Anarch preaches. The Anarch preaches, let go.
So in a moment in herself, I think as she's meditating, she realizes there's a middle path though, isn't there, right? I don't have to become this mindless thing the Githyanki are. But I can't do this anymore. I'm different. But there's a middle path where I can focus this emotion, where I can use it intelligently, where I can bend my emotion to my will instead of letting it take me. Oh, I need to get to Waterdeep.
As you consider this middle path, I want you to make me an intelligence-based insight check once more. This is going to be frequent for you, so that's intelligence.
I see that.
Yeah.
All right, you know what? You're not giving me love. You've been doing okay. How are you doing? I'll take that. I think that's a 24, but let me check. Okay, yeah, I think it, hold on, 1, 2, I think that's 24, yeah.
24. You will feel a connection to the blade as you consider this sort of middle path where, like, you can't let go of emotion, but you don't want your emotion to blind you or control you like the Githyanki have. And a path where you can use emotion. And you feel like this blade is it's in your hands. It's strange. It's like it feels right to hold it. It binds to your psionic power, but the grip, the weight of it, it doesn't feel like it's yours. It feels like it belongs to someone else. And as you hold it, and as you have these thoughts and feelings, you feel that you almost feel like a ghost of something within the blade that you connect to in that moment. This path where you don't let emotion use you, but you use emotion. And you feel a resonance in the blade.
Am I someplace where I'm safe, like no one's gonna be freaked out if I light it up?
I don't think anyone would be freaked out anywhere if you light it up. Like, more than half of everybody on the ship has a sign outside of it.
Oh, well, in other society, they are unusual, and that has been her habit for the last 6 years.
Fair enough, but here on a Considerai Dreadnought, there are frequent enough sight. So there's no place there. And as you ignite it, for about a moment, the blade comes out as the sun, like a white light, but then it sort of resonates back into its usual yellow light.
I would like to take it into a practice space and just actually work some basic forms with it again. Safety's everything.
There's plenty of spaces to train martially. You haven't seen you've seen here and there the Zerth using their blades to practice. And as you go into the space, you're trying to find this middle ground, and you're using the yellow of the blade, but you're trying to connect your psionics to it to train with it. And it's very strange. You'll go through most of the time it's yellow, but every now and then you'll find a place of calm where you let go of everything, and it'll just sort of, as you wave it, just right in the middle, as it hits the wind, right, it's sort of glimmers blue, and then it turns back into yellow. When you just sort of use it in that sort of monk finesse way, where you're just kind of letting go of yourself, and maybe a blue will come out of it. But then in these moments where you reflect on Lunar Bow and you just find a rage there, and you swing the blade with anger, there will be a hot red and then we'll just sort of return back to yellow, and you feel that your spirit, your emotions do influence the weapon. And in those moments where they go like red or blue, or the one time it's gone white, you do feel your psionics sort of like go down out of your head, up your arm, through the blade, and up to the tip. And it is using that extended psionic power, but requires more practice, requires more personal insights to fully turn this from a sun blade into a proper psionic blade.
That's what she does.
Training. Fair enough. You do that for the remainder of your time. You work on the blade and trying to find that middle ground that is difficult to reach. And with that, we will. The time comes to an end. You all wake up on your last day of the ship. I believe paranoia, hallucination, madness, any of those lingering effects should have. Maybe they're not gone forever, you know. But maybe the more like intense effects, like complete paranoia or like visible hallucination, do find their ways away. But it doesn't mean everyone here necessarily is out of the woods, doesn't have their own issues they're dealing with, isn't troubled. But those long-term madnesses do find themselves aside as you are given a chance to recuperate. And you as a crew may gather on this final day of the ship. The Archon, for once, comes out of her level to sort of the middle room where many of the Githzerai are gathered around, including like the two enlightened continue their meditations. They pretty much meditate thoroughly throughout the entire duration of your being here. Full 5 days of meditation, no rest, no break. But you know, the Githzerai, the enlightened, the Zerths, they sort of come forth to your group as you end the day. Is there any last things anyone would wish to do aboard the Dreadnought before meeting up to find your way to the Rock of Bral through their power?
I would.
I would. What is it? What would you like to do?
Find me the translator.
Okay, yeah, you find the monk who was translating for you, teaching you some words.
I try to replicate that sound that the monk I was fighting at first.
The what sound?
I don't know. He was saying like Tiskenva something something.
Yeah, he said. What did he say? Oh, where did it go? He said Teskenva Shakath, and he'll tell you. Oh, he told you to eat shit, asshole.
How dare he? Shall what? Oop.
The words for asshole are Shakath.
Shaket. This will be used wisely. Thank you.
And he will bow to you. Or Shkakat, I guess. Which is interesting because this language is so interesting. Shka must mean like, I don't know. Anyway, moving along. You get those words.
That's all.
That's all. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before setting off officially?
Bizan would like to find out what cluster space is.
Sure, that's easy enough. You talk to somebody, it's their mission, they will all very easily know what that is. It'll be explained to you that cluster space is more well known and, well, it's known as a number of things. It's known as the scattered sphere or the Astromundi cluster, but it is, by the space jamming community, it's typically considered cluster space. It is a very dangerous, very dangerous cluster, wild space system that is connected to, give me a second. Oh, where are you? Where are you? Oh, there it is. It's connected to realm space and Kryn space within the radiant triangle. Actually, it's connected to all of the different radiant triangle wild space systems. So gray space, realm space, and Kryn space. Um, and it's very dangerous. It's largely inhabited by illithids.
All right. Right.
Not many have ever gone in and returned alive, but it is generally considered to be a very dangerous illithid cluster. It's not where they come from, but it's where a lot of them spawn from, which is why the Radiant Triangle has a lot of illithid issues, because they're right next to illithid things.
Good to know.
Dangerous stuff over there. So that's very much like you're playing like an MMO, and you're like, oh, look, a new area, and you get hit by an arrow, a single arrow, or like a rock, and you almost die, and you're like, I shouldn't be here. That's kind of what that place is.
I've had that experience so many times.
I shouldn't be here. I should leave.
I'm in
But I
danger.
saved right before this battle. Anyway, so you all gather ahead. The Anarch will speak and will say, Shakathzai Rastil. Someone will translate for her and basically say, go with honor, good allies. And the Anarch will speak, and the enlightened next to her will translate and basically say, this Rakma, this vengeance band, we hunters of Illithid and the oppressors acknowledge you have been through much and thank you for your aid, and hope that this transport to your port of call makes good for all you have provided us, and perhaps you have may found some path forward into the future. We wish you well, and may the astral sea guide you to where your path belongs. The Eldred, the enlightened will move forward, sort of float forward, say, are you all ready to return to the Rock of Bral? Once you do this, you cannot go back.
We're ready.
Ready.
I'm
He
ready.
will.
Ready.
Okay, sounds like we're all ready. And he'll sort of meditates. His hair will sort of begin to sort of fluctuates upon the psionics of the astral sea. All of you will feel like a reverberance around you as a psionic power far beyond anyone here is able to even comprehend. You all feel yourself suddenly expand infinitely physically and mentally in a way that like you reach from one end of the astral sea to the other, you expand infinitely, but then like a rubber band, and harmlessly you retract back to yourself in a 100th of a millisecond. And before you know it, through the power of this one individual psionics, you all return once more to the port of the Rock of Bral, leaving the Githzerai behind. Once more, you are made to fend for yourself.
Well, home?
That's just any old ship now. It's not yours necessarily.
It was all a hallucination.
It was all a dream. But you find yourself standing. Where are you standing? You find yourself standing about here, on a side street of the Rock of Bral. Some of you may have come down here, so you find yourselves a little bit nearer towards the, basically where the ships are made, where like the shipwrights are, and the Rock of Bral is yours. What do you wish to do now?
Rock, sweet rock. Oh, how I've missed you.
Haven't you only been here once?
I
Wait,
have,
but Epoxy was actually not ever here, were they? Didn't we
Yeah.
pick them up?
I talked to
Okay.
some, I don't know, important person, I think, but
Oh
didn't
yeah,
take
yeah, yeah,
advantage
yeah,
of
yeah.
me.
My bad.
Yep. Epoxy is definitely good.
I was here once, but I loved it.
Oh, we need a ship, right? That
That
sounds
we
like a present.
do.
How much does the ship cost?
Want to go find out?
Go find out.
Find out.
All right. You guys want to head to the ship? Yeah, you guys head to the dry docks
Yep.
where ships are being built. Um,
Should
All
we find a
right, you guys
used
are.
ship? Maybe a ship that's had some damage, because we have people who can fix damaged ships. It might cost less than a new ship.
All right.
I
Well,
can
first things
do
first.
this.
You gotta get.
We don't
So
got
I'm
new
gonna.
ship money.
What do you mean you don't have new ship money? You guys made a fuck ton on the new Dawn.
Did we keep it in the bag?
That's the thing. Have we
Yeah, I think
got?
all of you just went and spent all of your money. I was like,
Oh no, they were in the boxes with all our stuff.
yeah, you guys all have your boxes. You all had your boxes. You're good.
Huh.
I mean, I have some gold. I don't know how much everyone else has. So even our combined
I have-
amount will do it.
I got 300.
Oh, let's find out how much they cost.
All right, you go to the dry docks. You are going to find the sort of head dry dock person is going to be probably a Hadozi, an old Hadozi. You guys approach, goes, oh, I'm gonna regret this. He's gonna go, hey, how's it going? You guys looking for a new ship? I'd be more than happy to help you guys out if you're looking for something new. I'm the shipwright around here. You want a name? I'm coming up within one right now. My name is Kesha Moonsails. That's me, Kesha Moonsails. And I've got the ships if you got the money, right?
I'm gonna flex the
You
fact
guys
that
are them New Dawn people, right? Yeah, we see you guys running around, spending coin out of your ears. Oh, welcome, come on, let's see what we got.
I'm gonna reply in Hadozi just because I can.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
And he'll respond to you in Hadozi as well.
We have monkeys screaming at each other right now.
It's just like they just lose their shit for a second. They're like,
Yeah. Yes, the New Dawn unfortunately was lost, and we are in search of a new vessel.
you win some, you lose some. More, I'm sorry to hear about that, but that just means, hey, you're on your journey to a new ship. You guys, what are you just gonna be captain in your own ship? Isn't that great? All right, come on, let's go take a look. Come on, let's get you back in. Let's get you back out in the sea, huh? He says, so what are we talking here? Price range? Some of the newest, latest ships on the cheaper end are about 20K. That's probably what we're doing. I'll see if I got anything cheaper, but what are we talking about here?
I looked at the pie. So I have a little over 200 gold pieces.
I did mention mine just to spread that into the ship money.
Oh wait, hang on, is that right? Oh no, I was looking at the wrong sheet. I have 500 gold pieces.
Might I Bisan, we should find shelter first.
Oh wow, you guys are a little ship poor, huh? I don't have quite enough for a proper ship, no?
Maybe
I mean,
not.
I believe we have shelter. Can I just look at the chaplain? We have shelter, yes.
Well, I mean, I do own a building. It's not really set up to be shelter. There are no beds or any sort of comforts or anything inside it. It's essentially just an abandoned building.
We have a
But
place we
to
can
stay
go
there.
talk.
It'll suffice. We can always acquire.
Well, let's just at least find out price, and then we can leave and come back after a discussion. We were here.
The 20,000.
I'm sure that 20,000 is probably for a ship
This is
like.
the payment plan. There's got to be a payment plan, you know.
Or we're gonna take
Those
out
happen.
a loan.
Go back into Dozy, like.
Right.
uh,
You start losing their shit.
a ship meant for, say, a crew of 6. What's the
Right.
going rate for something of that size?
All right. Well, let me tell you what I got. Let me tell you what I got. And he's going to look through the ships. I'm going to send you guys some pictures of said ships. It says crew of 6. Let me see what I got. Well, I got all kinds of ships. All kinds of ships. So first and foremost, might I recommend a wasp ship? A wasp ship. It's more meant for 5 people. But you know what? You can never go wrong with a 6th, especially if someone's, doing some bosun stuff. You never know. You know what I mean? So that's what a wasp ship looks like. So he says, wasp ship's really good. That one goes for about 20K. I mean, I could strip it down. I could take the ballista off of it and take about like 150 off of the original price. You know what I mean? But moving right along. What else we got here? We got the, we don't got those ones that are probably a little outside your range. I'm looking at these 20K ones that might be good for you. Oh, we got the Shrike ships, crew of 11 folks. I could take some ballistas off of there for you, make it a little bit cheaper to operate. But that goes for 20K as well. It's got how many ballistas does this bad boy got? It's got 3 of them, so I could probably strip them off for you and then take about 450 off of the price. But it's a really good ship. It crews about 11. If you don't have the ballistas, crews even less. But you can have tons of people on it. It's got a 70-foot fly speed, 8 miles per hour, 15 damage threshold, 250 hit points, wood armor. It's got a 100-foot keel, 20-foot beam. Pretty good, reliable ship. It's also got a piercing ram, so you can do some ramming action and such. You know what I mean? I can strip the. You can also strip the Spelljammer. If you already got a Spelljammer helm or means of creating one, I can strip that out of there and take a chunk out of the price.
That's all very good information.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your saying so. Well, let's see what else we got here. We're trying to keep it on the cheaper end for you, so let's see what we got. There's a Lamprey ship. That one's also 20K. Cruise 15. It has 4 ballistas on it, so I can chop off maybe 600 gold.
Is there anything that isn't base price 20K?
That's as cheap as you get on a brand new ship. That's what I'm saying.
That's what we should maybe look to use ships, is what I was thinking.
Hey, you're not going to do much better on a used ship. The ship can be used, but a ship can be used, you know what I mean? So, but like I said, I could take some ballistas off, I could take some of his weapons and armaments off, I could even strip out the Spelljammer helm if you've got your own, take a chunk off the price.
We'll be in touch. Let's discuss this at the inn.
All right, well, you come on back. I got plenty of ships. You come on back when you're ready.
Inn or chaplain's building?
Yeah, let's go to the.
I like Chaplin's building. So.
We do know of 2 friendly inns as well, but we can go to the building.
All right, you guys head over that way. Could you actually get robbed on the way over? That'd be hilarious, but you don't. But you guys make your way over there, and you walk into Chaplin's Comedy Club, and Chaplin tried to play it down, but maybe not enough. You guys walk in, and it's like a mostly battered and abandoned building. Like there's probably been some squatters in here at one point. There's graffiti on the walls. The furniture's all busted up and old. What few pieces of furniture there are, it's you're gonna need to bring out your bedroll. I don't know.
It's like most of a ceiling.
Most of a exactly, most of a ceiling, maybe a couple drippy holes.
Well, you can hardly leak. There's no rain.
That's true. Yeah, how is it? How is it dripping? There's no rain, but yet it still drips.
Well, I don't think I even need to ask how short we are on funds.
Around
Yeah.
19,500.
Oh my god, guys! I gave you so much money.
If we're being generous and like each of us is 500 gold, we're still so far off.
Don't forget, all of that money was split between a bigger crew.
Yeah,
So
it
we
was.
ended
Yeah,
up
so it might have been a huge amount, but none of us actually, we haven't spent that much money. You actually haven't given us a lot of money. You gave the crew
20 people.
19 a lot of money.
And we
Yeah.
bought stuff like
Very different.
Ed's ship.
We love you. We're not complaining.
Little spy ship, yeah.
Love and trust. It's all good.
All right, it's fine.
All right, I'll start practicing to be a bouncer.
So,
We have a few different options. I mean, we do know some people in town. Zalace knows the halfling gang or whatever they are. Somebody knew some monster hunter down here.
Zuno termination.
Well, there's plenty of work. The guilds will have jobs. So I'll go down and see what I've got
Wait.
going.
We need to get Ed's brother, and that is time sensitive. Yes. In Waterdeep, there is someone who there's a gift to Rye who may help.
That's probably a good time to say I have no idea where Evan is. It's part of the plan, so it's by design that way. He was supposed to go to a far corner, and I'm to another far corner. So,
Well, as far as figuring out where to go, I'm jumping the gun a bit.
Okay. So at this point, I'll dive into my bag and I'll give Vash the wild space already that I picked up off of the deck of the New Dawn and say, I don't know whether this will help. Maybe it will.
It would help if we had a ship, but we were on the New Dawn for a number of months, and I can't say we have nearly enough funds to buy a ship, so I feel it may go without saying that simply trying to work for the funds is not viable given the time constraints.
No.
It could be years before we make enough money to buy a ship of our own.
Okay, I'm not on about buying a ship. I'm on about funds for the pie to fund getting on a ship to go wherever we need. We will need cash. We will need the money to move around. I'm okay with going and doing some jobs while we decide on other plans. So I'll work, I'll get some money. You guys, you do the brain thinking. That's not me. Anyway, Vash, keep this safe. So, if you want to take the wild space or off me,
Yeah, I'll take it. I mean,
yeah.
Sorry, you, by all means.
I think Varsh was getting ready to suggest that we, play a little prank and take someone's ship for a joyride.
I'm up for that as well.
So I want to, as you guys are logistically thinking out about ships, I want you guys to, anyone to roll me an investigation check about sort of like, how can we get ourselves a ship? Some
Sure.
options.
I will roll that because I'm wrecking my brain. That's not gonna work. That's a 6.
17.
6,
3.
7, 5.
16.
Okay. 16, 17, 16. So you guys, yeah, those of you who rolled like above 10, 15, yeah, let's say 15. We'll have a couple of things to consider. The first of which is that a spell jamming helm is the most expensive part of any ship. It's half the price. So Buddy was like, if I strip the spell jamming helm out, like he'd probably take 7,500 gold pieces off of the price, if not like for a very for like a guy who's in a bit of a desperate situation, you could even probably like go for like 10,000. So you could sell those for quite a bit. If you guys could get your hands on a Spelljammer helm, 2 of them, maybe 3, you'd easily be able to come up with the funds to purchase a Spelljamming helm. The guy did offer taking off the armaments. The armaments are worth a couple hundred each. There is a point that some of you do have some magic items on your person. Those go for a couple hundred each that are uncommon. Anything more is, more. I believe Ed has the cutting edge, like the first ballistic cartridge out there, which is probably very well worth a ship. If you were to sell that, but then that would be out in the open market, and that wouldn't be like something you guys have up your sleeve anymore. But that could probably get you a ship.
So I was gonna ask that above the table right now because
that is the future of weaponry. Like if you were to give that to a ship, they would be like, "We win."
This is like, I feel like this is like us right now. We're like, yeah, dude, fucking have it. 100 sessions down the line, here comes the Hoysian guy with like a crazy army about to take over the universe. That's essentially what I was hoping here because I kind of, Ed sort of predicted this, and it's like, I kind of figured we trade this,
So right, and
we get a ship.
Bisan keeps trying to say like she thinks there's a group that you could do this with. Like that's why she keeps trying to get to Waterdeep. Because there's a group of people who have, if they've got all of these ties, they have access to ships.
You know that for sure?
He said the guy in her head whose name she can't think of, the earring guy, I can't think of his name right now, has actually said that their reach is wider than is realized. If their reach is wider, they have to have access to ships. Because she's tracked this down through 3 different individual planes. Or not planes, but planets.
So with the something you gotta remember is that you're someone who's like considering joining the job. You're like a potential initiate. They don't hand out ships to initiates.
No. But they might sell a ship to an artificer with the appropriate
information.
Possible.
It's all possible, but regardless, your schematic, like if you're to sell like even just the schematics, least of all the actual honestly, it's more the schematics than the actual pyramid, because that's just one, they don't know how it works. If you're to sell the schematics for how to make a pyramid cartridge, that's easily worth the ship.
I guess what she's trying to say is that she thinks she has a source, maybe.
There's also the dry docks too.
Okay, all right. I see what you're saying.
Fine, you don't need to necessarily go find a secret society.
Fine.
It's all good. It's all good.
Well, what I figure is we go back to our friend and give him a demo of what it is this does. I imagine after he sees it, we won't have to negotiate a single thing. So,
you would willingly give up such a, I don't know how to put it, incredible tool of death and destruction?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily give him this one though. This one's made of scraps. I just figured he's got a supply chain. I make one for him. Might even be happy with that. But if you're talking about the morality about it all, well, I've got a job to do.
Not exactly the morality of it. I just imagine Vosh like having fucking future visions of the past.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like there's a cost to everything, and Ed, you handing over the schematics to some guy on the dry docks, that puts it out in the world, right? And that's not necessarily with your name on it. They might just go Ed Jor, maybe more like my name, and like
Yeah, that's why
you get
Ed
a
just
ship.
wants to give him a prototype. That the one that he's carrying. He's like, look what this thing can do, man. That's what he's kind of saying.
That's true. That's a good point.
May
Zalace will
I?
turn around to Ed and say, listen, Ed, I get we need to do this, and I've got no issue. But maybe there's a way around it. Maybe you make sure that everything goes through you for this. I mean, even if you show them, yeah, it's great, great. And then just take a few little parts out so that they have to keep coming back to you. So that way they don't have the whole information on how they can build it. Everything then comes through you. That way you gain all of it back.
Well, right now I just want a ship. So
And I get that.
but I appreciate that. And I understand. So here's how about this? I build, you guys talk for me. I'll give you that. We're a crew, right? So
We are a
it's not
crew.
just me selling this here.
Are
But
you sure that I'm sort of looking to lace that? Are you sure that's wise if the first set of schematics contain, let's say, missing components or missing things, when they try to make it and they realize it doesn't work, well, I would imagine they would be angry.
You misunderstand, Vash. You show them that it works. You say,
They will try
these
to.
are some of the schematics, but if you want the finer detail, you need to pay for it, and pay for it handsomely. And if they don't, we don't give them it. And if they don't, if they give us it, we make sure that anything that we do or anything that they buy or try and make comes back towards Ed. Everybody on this rock does this. It's not unusual. Everybody makes sure that they keep themselves right. That's part of being on this rock.
I would rather have a reputation for playing upright. That seems very obvious.
Well, there's a point what Zalace is saying. So just to lay out the options for the pyramid cartridge is that you got one of two options. One is that you sell them what Ed has strapped to his back, which is a pyramid cartridge, which is like fantastic. This will go great on one ballista, and that will be worth only so much, but will be worth it. And maybe they'll be like, come back and be like, hey, we want another, make me another. That is until someone gets smart enough to take it to another artificer to disassemble and rebuild it, hand off the schematics, and then now be able to build their own. But in the meantime, yeah, they have to come back to if they want more cartridges. If they say break down, if they need repairs, if they want another one, or for a much greater value, which is probably an entire ship, you hand off the schematics. Here's how to build them. Here's what they do. And then they take them and run, go probably make a fortune and fuck up some people, but you get a ship.
I think what I'm trying to get at with Vash is that, like, stringing someone along for that long is just gonna potentially make enemies.
Yeah, no, Bisan is saying, no, let's just do an even trade, right? Let's just give them the schematic and...
This is the Rock of Bral, though. That Zalace does have a point. This is the Tartuga, the Nassau of wild space. This is not uncommon business practice to make a sort of reliance.
I'd like to squeeze them. And we're gonna be here for a while, or it's gonna be a base of operations. And well, we can keep them safe, so we're not harming them. It's just if he wants to stay on top, he's got to keep us up to date. We're gonna need repairs. We're gonna need ship maintenance. And I see what the lace means.
I
I
also just
think
want to put out there,
before,
as far as the law goes around here, which works very differently than other places, people are expected to enforce their own laws. Like, not enforce their own laws, but enforce their own rights. So let's say someone gets pickpocketed in the market, nobody's doing anything. Unless that person goes and seeks out, say, one of the underbarons to go, get their money back and force them not to be fucked with. So everyone's responsible for their own safety and enforcement of the law. So let's say you sell a faulty product. That's on them to figure out. They might go to the underbaron to try and have it enforced on their behalf. They might go this or there, but it's not like they're going to go to the palace. They're going to be like, we will exact the law and justice and bullshit, and then you're fucked. You know what I mean? It doesn't work like
And Ed is Ed is ready to start the arms race now. Start small. So like
that.
this is this is how he's wired right now. Is more like, yeah, I'm gonna make I'm gonna make tools for destruction. Whoever's the best bidder for my interests. So that's where Ed's coming from. So
Hey Ed, I don't know enough about these things to know how negotiations will go, but it's maybe there's a possibility that you could agree. I think, as you mentioned, to sell them enough of these individual units without even bringing up the plans themselves. To sell them enough of these individual units to be worth them selling us a ship. Even functional ones, it's still going to be a limited number, and sure, somebody can reverse engineer it someday, but it's a pretty crafty device. No one's come up with it to this point.
And Ed might come up with improvements more easily because he's already done it. So that doesn't mean we're not staying ahead of the game.
my I like that. I thought about that. My only concern is I don't have the materials to make whatever he requests.
Well, make that a part of the deal. I mean, unless the materials just simply
true.
not available, just roll that into the cost of producing them for him.
I like that. That is a very sound and logical plan, Chaplain. Are you sure I don't need to check out your inner wirings as well?
No, I was built by a tinkerer herself, and quite the businesswoman actually, and yeah, that's generally how this sort of industrial business works: is that you use the profits to purchase more raw materials to create more products, and it's an ongoing cycle.
Well,
This
that's
is the
about
plan
it.
you are set on. I won't.
Yeah, I like it. Chaplains.
I won't. I won't entirely object, but I will warn you. This is a lawless place, so no, there won't any complaints about illegality and such. But equally, if someone wishes to take more from you or use you for their own gain, they won't be afraid to use force to get there.
Oh, that's why you're here, Barsh.
Right,
Yeah,
that's why it
taps
has.
Barsh on the shoulder.
No one will get past the bouncer.
And epoxy, like I just, yeah, I think we're capable for this. Do you want to do the talking again this time?
I suppose I could try to sell your device. Shall we return to them then?
I'm ready.
okay. So before we all head off, because I'll want to talk to Ed, if that's possible. So I just shout, sorry, Ed. Didn't see you put that in. I'll wait till you finish.
No, I'm good to go. Sorry.
Okay. So walk over to Ed and usher him away from the group slightly. Not so that they can't hear, but just so it's me and him in an area. And I'll open my bag and I'll pull out the blunderbuss that I got from the commandant on the New Dawn. I have no idea how to use this. It's beyond me, I think. Maybe you will have better use of it. Maybe improvements could be made. And I'll give him the blunderbuss and just walk away.
I'll look it over and take that because he's been thinking about playing with guns a little bit, more like building them. So yeah, he'll keep that. He'll tinker away at that too.
Maybe go hang out with some GIF and learn something about big firearms, baby. Who knows?
So that's the blunderbuss from the Alexandria side that I picked up from the commandant on the New Dawn. Yeah.
Okay. Incredible. All right, so we will continue. Let's see. So what's the plan? So what are we doing? What's the plan exactly? There's a lot of plans thrown around.
Ed is going to build them enough individual pyramids to equal the cost of a ship, sort of like trade for that. But right now, when we go there, Ed's going to intend to show them a demo of what this does and then offer them that sales pitch.
You're not really sure what people are willing to pay for because it's a new product, you know. It's a new thing. So you'll have to figure out how much people might be willing to actually pay for it. But yeah, you can get started. You get started working on it. But keep in mind there is building costs to each of these, right?
Yeah.
Like you might. The general idea is you sell it for double the creation cost. It's a general idea, but this is pretty new, so there might be an inflated profit from it. But you know, you'll need to spend money to make money here. So if you want to go start making another pyramid cartridge, you'll need to go out and buy the materials to create it.
Yeah, I think we should make the deal or the negotiation first and see if we can get them to go in on some material costs. Also, don't forget whoever's speaking to him to stress the fact that he will be selling, this shipwright will be selling the only ships with this technology available. So certainly going to drive up the popularity of his individual business.
That's true.
Kathleen, maybe you should go along and just. You seem to be knowledgeable of this sort of thing.
I'm not good at charisma checks.
I don't think. Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure none of us are.
none of us are.
None of us are.
I think we're the most charismaless group that it's ever existed. Okay, I'm happy to talk.
Speaking of the least charismatic group, I'll throw that one last little devil on your shoulder possible way of getting a ship, which is just take one. You know,
Yeah, we
pirate,
talked about it.
pirate's life. That's
It's
totally
okay.
possible.
That's where I'm headed.
All right, fantastic. So who's going exactly? We got Ed, we got Chaplin. Who else is going?
Vash.
Gosh. All right,
Hassan
so
is
you
going.
three are going. Hassan is going. Great. So you guys are going to dry docks, or are you going to like the main docks to go find it?
Dry docks, I think.
Yeah.
Got it, dry docks. All right. Head to the dry docks. You're gonna find the Hadozi again. Approaches, goes, "Oh hey, how's it going, Varsh?" and it's good to see you all. You've come back and made a little extra cash, possibly ready to make a deal. Huh?
Yeah. So you see our friend here, and he points to Ed.
I see him.
He's he's a bit of a inventor, and he's come up with something very, very special that we haven't shown to anybody else than anywhere in the astral sea yet.
Really?
Before I say anything else about it, maybe we should let him show it to you.
All right, show me what you got.
It works well with a ballista, so
Oh,
can't
we got
exactly
no
see.
shortage of those around here. Be ready, but over this way, I suppose. And he'll take you over to a ballista that's like currently not total, like it's not equipped yet. It doesn't even have its rope sort of built yet. But then he sends a guy over and they strap it all in. He goes, "All right, there's a ballista. Show me what you got." That's what I do.
I need 4 rounds, please. Or three
Oh,
rounds.
yeah, sure. Yeah, got some spare ammo. Yeah, okay. And they bring over a couple pieces of ammo.
So Ed's just gonna start arming it, kind of like casually. So, he's gonna make sure the four rounds are ready to go. And once it's like armed, he's gonna look to him this direction here.
He goes, all right, I'm watching.
Who's with us here that can operate a ballista, for an example?
You got both of your artillerists with you.
Zalace, if you will.
I'm not there. I'm still there because.
Oh, he's not there.
Yeah. Oh, right. Sorry, I brought the.
Okay.
Over. Chaplain Basson and Ed. My bad.
Yeah.
Basson, you mind? No. Ed's gonna keep his eyes locked on the Hoysian, but Basson fire all 4 of them. Like he's just gonna in succession just to show him how crazy it is.
So my question to you, really quick, Basson. I know that there is an artillerist-based feat or feature or something that goes along with artillerist that lets you fire more than 1 shot. It basically gives you siege weapon extra attack. Do you have that? Can't hear you.
I do not believe that I do. I was actually going in to see which one that I have. I know what you're talking about.
I think it's a fighter.
I don't.
It's a fighter feat, I'm pretty sure, that is exclusive to this game. It's a Spelljammer feat. All good. I was just curious, because that might have been impressive with that. No worries at all. You guys, you,
I'm level 5. Can I use an extra attack?
No, you can't use an extra attack. It's an extra attack, not an extra action, which is what this thing does. It requires an action.
Oh, I could action surge then.
You can action surge, yeah. You can throw a little extra action surge in there if you want.
All right.
It's still, to be clear, it's still a. Or no, wait, let me think. It would require a re-aim. The point is, it doesn't require a reload, but you don't need to re-aim in this instance. So, in 24 seconds, in about 30 seconds, you go you just fire off 4 shots, less than that with your action surge. So more like 18 seconds, you fire off 4 shots, just off into wild space. And the Hadozi's just astonished. She's never seen anything like this before. This is like showing up in the Civil War and with a Gatling gun. And they're like, the fuck? So this guy's like,
how many of these for a ship?
So Chaplain walks up to the guy and puts his hand on the Hadozi's shoulder and he says, "So, right now, this is the only one of these."
To be clear, the whole dry docks is stopped working. They're all like they heard the first shot go off, the second shot went off, and they're like, that doesn't make sense. The third shot went off, they're like, now you've got my attention. The fourth shot goes off, and now the whole dry docks is there's 100 people just staring in this direction, and the Hadozi's just but yeah, please continue, Chaplain.
So, this is the only one of these in existence. My buddy here had the idea and he built one. We liked what it looked like, and here it is. We haven't had the chance to sell it yet. We just came we just arrived from a shipwreck. We don't have materials on us or a place to work or anything like that. We don't even have the overhead really to cover manufacturing costs. However, what we would be willing to do is make you the sole sales point for this particular item. You could put these on all your ships and people would come from, systems around to get ships with these weapons on them. What we would need essentially then is the money for building materials, and we do need a ship to be able to continue our own private business ventures. So the question then is, how many of these would you like to the point that we could make some sort of deal?
So let me get this straight. This thing that you've made that lets you fire like 4 shots in like under 30 seconds. So you want me to be the main salesman of this thing? You're gonna let me like essentially patent it?
You would our inventor would hold the patent, but you would be the exclusive
Franchise.
supplier. You would have a
So-
you'd have a monopoly on the sales, essentially.
Do I build them? Or you
Our guy-
built it? Are you gonna stay here and build these?
Our guy will build them, but it's like he's building them for only your brand.
And profit.
What's stopping you from just leaving the moment I give you a ship, and then not making any more?
Oh, we could certainly. I tell you what. Let's guard against that then. How about in this case, you purchase the materials that our man is going to need to create whatever number we decide is fair. You purchase the materials. He'll work here. You keep the materials here on site. He'll work here on site to get them created. Once you have all of your finished, whatever they're called, try cartridges, then you'd
Good name.
request our ship.
Was a
Make
good
persuasion
name.
check, Chaplain.
Make a persuasion check. All right.
Yep.
Are we helping them by showing the example?
Oh no! Inspiration.
Inspiration.
All right.
Oh, failure. 15.
Yep.
Yes. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I got a better idea. I assume you're gonna want to go fly off into wild space once you have enough money for a ship, right?
Yeah.
That's great.
Why don't we make sure that everybody knows this is what's your name? He looks at you, Ed.
At Yord.
Ed Yord. Why don't we make sure everyone knows this is an Ed Yord invention, but you give me the schematics so that I can manufacture them and sell them, and you can have a ship.
No.
Who are you? Aren't you? Is this the model? Why is the model saying no?
Everyone knows that Ed Yord made it, but you have the schematic. Sounds like send every bit of aggression towards this person. Sneaky. No.
Okay.
Can I roll insight? I want to just check if he even intended to, like, if he wasn't going to immediately just scribble out his name.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'm rolling like shit today. 10.
I'll make an insight check on
If we
that.
want,
Yeah, go for
if
it.
we want simple, it's good, but there's simple is simple, no writers.
15 plus 1, 16.
16? Ed, you're pretty sure this guy was like genuine. He's like, we'll make sure people know this is like an Ed Yord creation, like he is the manufacturer. But his worry is that he's gonna give you guys you're gonna be like, we'll build you these and you'll pay us and I'll be the only one who sells it. But then the moment you have a ship, you leave. And then it's like, okay, now I don't have any. And that's his problem. His problem is like, you're the only guy who knows how to build them. And you're probably going to take off the moment he gives you a ship. So he's like, okay, well, we don't want that to happen. He says, I got either 2 deals here, Mr. Yord.
Ed's gonna look at him.
Yeah.
offer a hand, like just getting him like, he's gonna offer the hand. I really don't care what name or what's on it, but your name still carries weight. I'm carrying it heavily right now. If you can assure that you'll make good use of this, whatever use that is, then I can assure you, schematics are yours, and perhaps in the future.
Wait. I'm going to interrupt and slap Ed's hand down before they can shake.
Okay.
Wait. Okay.
Oh my God, you guys are not. Okay, yeah, you. Yeah, I don't know. What's up?
Hold on. Before this happens, we
Can,
gotta.
can I listen. I'm sure you've got a great idea, Mr. Autonome, and I'm sure you've got a great idea, Gift Lady, and you've got a great idea too, Mr. York. It sounds like you guys aren't coordinated. So let me just. You're trying to sell it to me. Let me tell you about me and what I'm thinking first, and then you guys can come at me with 3 more ideas again. Okay? So
Okay.
here's the issue. All right. I want this product. Who the fuck wouldn't? And I'm very grateful that you came to me. I want it. I want what you got. I want to do business. Absolutely.
You'd be very rich.
My problem is that once you leave, which you will, let's be honest, nobody in the Rock of Bral stays very long unless you own a shop. And it doesn't sound like you want to stay for very long. So that's my problem. If I want to make a lot of these, I need to know how to build them, or I need someone who can build them.
Don't give us the
that's my
ship.
dilemma.
Don't give us the ship until you have your product.
He gestures to like the several dozen ships and the like 5 more that are currently in creation. He goes, if I want to arm every ship that comes through this dry dock, I need a lot of them. Right. And that's what you were proposing.
He doesn't want there to be a limited number.
Exactly. If you're trying to sell me that I can arm every ballista that comes out of this dry dock with them, I need a lot of them. And I'm going to need them consistent.
Well,
That's it.
if I may.
Yeah.
Why not turn that downside into an upside? Because that's true. We won't be staying, and you're aware of that, so resell them at a higher price as a limited item. Something for adventurers that they'll want, or other captains will want. A rare, never-before-seen device that will quadruple your firing power for your ship.
Absolutely. I'm super into that. It's just about what kind of deal you want to make. So, if you're wanting to sell this as a sort of I can arm every ship I've got, we'll talk about that. If you want to sell me one of these and then I can do with it what I will, we'll talk about that. If you want to sell me the schematics, we'll talk about that. It's up to you to decide what you want out of this and how much you're willing to give me. And then we can talk about money. So,
all right.
Sounds like you don't want to give away all your secrets, which I respect as a businessman. So we're taking schematics off the table. That makes sense, right? Which leaves 2 things. You're either selling me this baby right here, or you're selling me the ability to make more. So which would you prefer?
It sounded like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ed, but it sounded like Ed is, to some degree, okay with the idea of selling the schematic.
So, like, especially if he is just looking to be the business of it, and I'm the inventor of it, I'm okay with that, especially for future stuff, and especially if we can get a cut for us. Because I imagine the Rock of Bral, we're going to be back and forth here. We have your comedy club, so essentially we're creating an economy with this dude being our little shop runner. Above the table, that's what Ed was ready to agree to. And
Okay, we can talk about that. We can absolutely talk about that. So, here's the thought. We make sure that maybe there was someone in there said something about not wanting to be known. I don't care. That's fine if you don't want to be known. If you want to be known for your super cool product that's going to change the face of warfare, great. If you don't, fine by me too. I'll be the name of it. I don't give a shit. That works fine for me. So,
I'll be the name.
Okay, great. So this will be a Yord, what did you say, try cartridge? The Yord try cartridge. Sure, totally into that. No problem there. So, the Yord cartridge, you give me the manufacturing abilities to sell them, which is the schematic. I manufacture them, and then I give you a percentile of the earnings when you come back to the Rock of Bral. And sure, I will throw in a ship worth no more than 20,000 gold as a signing bonus for the actual schematics.
That's exactly what I was just about to suggest. I like it. What do you think, Ed?
That's a good deal.
There we go. I love it. Let's shake hands.
Shake them.
All right, to the your
Bow.
try. This is four side. Why is it a try?
Four.
Oh.
Yeah. Try
Oh.
such a comforting number. Think about four. The quadrich doesn't really work, huh?
I think that sounds great. The quadrich. That's great.
Quadrich it is. You're good. You're what's your name again?
I'm apparently Kesha with a
Kesha,
dollar sign.
you're gonna be very rich, Kesha. Very, very rich.
I know. So the quadrich. That's actually pretty sweet. Oh,
No, actually, really. I hope this guy sticks around as an NPC. This guy's great. Little money greasing middleman. This is perfect.
You're gonna come back. He's gonna have like rings, and he's gonna be all decked out. He's gonna have like the dollar chain and all that shit. He's gonna be like, "Welcome back."
She loves us.
He's gonna be like, Ed, baby, let me talk to you. Let me see it, Ed.
Come here, let me see how you doing. You're not eating enough? Come on in. He's like, absolutely. He's like, I'll be a fucking arms dealer. I don't give a fuck.
Can I pull the Hadozi aside?
Sure. He's like, somebody get me a bottle of champagne. And he goes, oh yeah, sure. He goes to the side, and you guys all hear like off to the side. But yeah, he'll talk to you.
Yeah.
He goes, hey, how's it going? Isn't this a great day?
It certainly is. I just wanted to add on that I'm sure that the thought never crossed your mind that after you sell a few of these, you might think of running away with our cut of the profits. But between you and me, Ed is, well, he has a mind like no other and is capable of creating things potentially far more devastating than that cartridge. So I hope we maintain a good relationship for the future, and you'll never know, maybe a new product will surface down the line.
Make me a persuasion check at advantage. Because you just proved it.
That is 17.
17. He puts his hand on your shoulder. He goes, your name is Varsh, right? Varsh?
Varsh Voidlight, yes.
Mr. Voidlight, I'm not fucking going anywhere.
Wonderful.
You bring me all the gizmos and inventions and death machines you can build, and I'll be here happy to make a deal.
Excellent. Now, how about a ship?
All right, let's do it. But first and foremost, let's crack open that champagne. And I do one of those. I go, okay, give me everyone one now. And then he's like, here's doing good. And yeah, he like cheers all of you guys. The champagne, chopping, just go all over your face because you're a robot. And, this guy this guy just struck gold. This guy just discovered Johnny Cash. Like he's doing good. He's pretty happy with himself. He's like, oh, you want a ship? Fuck it, let's go get you a ship. And he goes, well, go get your friends first. There was some more of you last time. Go get your friends and pick a ship once you get your friends. I'm gonna get this whole offer to the back. I'm gonna get a contract wrote up. Go get your friends. All right. Do you want to go do that? You want to go grab the rest of the crew?
We'll go get the friends and crew.
All right, fantastic. What is everyone else up to?
So, me and Epoxy, we're gonna go down to the docks. I just want to, there's two things. So I want to suss out the ships that are down there, and see whether there's any that are potentials for maybe stealing. So maybe a smaller craft or something like that, and just have a bit of a stakeout. And then I also want to go and see the guilds and see if there's what kind of work there is that's going to potentially earn a decent bit of money.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna start with the stakeout. Absolutely, Zalace.
I
You'll
would
take a look
love.
around.
I would like to join Soleil on that
Yeah, me and
stakeout.
you. Yeah.
Absolutely, you two will be starting the stakeout. And last but not least, what about who are we missing here? Oh, that's it. It was just you two. Yeah, you two are gonna go sort of stake out. Um, it's gonna take a bit. You're looking for some things. You see some like definite easy pickpocketing situations. Lace, Apoxy. You look like you're a little bit more of a bruiser. You see a couple of intimidation possibilities here, like scaring the shit out of someone, protection money sort of situation. You guys start working out like, oh, there's the underboss. We'll have to get around the underboss somehow, or work with the underboss. But we can make some good money there possibly. We got the contract with the underboss. At this point, you guys have been staking out for like an hour or two. Before like you could get to a point where we're like, okay, make a check, as that deal will happen in like 20 minutes on the other side. About 20 minutes after, so about 40 minutes into like the scoping out, and you guys are thinking out business opportunities. You're like, okay, we can make a couple gold here and there. Like we gotta go bigger than that. You see the four of them approach.
Hello. Did you guys strike a deal or what? Epoxy's just holding a rope over their arm.
Yes.
We're set. Yeah.
You sold the single cartridge?
Something like that, but we're about to go pick out a ship. You two
Okay,
ready?
so I don't need this rope to kidnap. I mean, put away somebody.
I got a
No.
feeling.
Well, you never know. It's the
I
Rock of
mean,
Bral.
I'm still keeping the rope. Wait, are we stealing it back?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay, okay.
We will make a percentage.
Oh, perfect.
We are business.
We
Are we
might
are
be.
we entrepreneurs? Is that the word?
We're arms dealers.
Arms dealers. We are arms dealers.
Oh,
Well,
I
yeah.
won't sell my arm.
So, have we thought about a ship? I remember he gave us some options, but we should maybe get another look on.
I would like to tour some. See what we're working with.
I'll join you on
Alright.
this.
I think the wasp sounded like it'd fit our group, to be fair. Small, light, nimble. Fits us all. And we don't need much else.
A couple of us don't need sleep, so that's great.
We're small for now, but before go on, son.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say we're in it for the long haul, right? So it's gonna be future plans.
That's true. I mean, we can always sell it and get a big one once we've earned a bit of cash. But if you want to go for the larger one, that's fine. We just need to make sure that we can man something. How do we go about that? Do we get more people on board? So I think the only one he said was an 11-man ship. There's only 6.
Well, you guys can head over. There's quite a few options for the 20K range. So you guys head over there. They're already happy to work on things. And he goes, okay. So the first thing I was thinking was drawing up a contract. Here's what I was thinking. I think what would work great is if I'm going to be doing the manufacturing. I'm going to be paying the material costs. I'm going to be doing the buying and selling. But you guys so generously provided them. So I thought what would be a decent, we're not going to go through all the numbers. I was thinking it would be a sort of 20 gold day for you guys kind of thing. So to put it into perspective, because I'm skipping all the percentiles and all that nonsense. Anyone who wants to make an investigation or insight check to see if this is like a shitty deal, go right ahead.
I'll do that.
Ooh, I'll do insight, yeah. I'm good.
Yeah. I'll do
Insight or
insight.
investigation?
Insight or investigation?
Oh, right, okay.
Inside 16.
10. That's like my 6-5
17.
this game.
Did you get Zalace?
14
17.
plus
17, 14. So Chaplain, Zalace, and Ed.
Cool.
You guys would know. Did you get 8 bucks?
No, it was too low.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So, and what did you get this on? Just to be sure.
An 8.
An 8. Yeah. So you three. It's not a bad chunk of change. Chaplain, you're trying to open an inn here, like a comedy club inn situation. To run that, that's going to be like 10 gold a day.
Right.
To run that. So that already doubles your expenses on your little comedy club you want to get open here. These, like, again, you don't know, like, the numbers are pretty rocky for him because he doesn't, like, know how long these are going to sell.
Right.
Well, that's not true. He knows they're going to sell really well, but he doesn't know what the price is going to be here. So he's giving you, like, no matter what, if the market is up or down, you're getting 20 gold, even if it's out of my pocket. 20 gold a day. And like you can always go back and renegotiate if things are going tremendously well for him. But 20 gold a day is not bad. As a reminder, a gold piece is worth like $1,000 in today's money. So he's giving you guys like $20,000 a day for these.
Hell yeah.
For the schematic and manufacturing, blah 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 blah. So you guys think this is not a bad deal? You can certainly try and push for something a little better if you wanted, but this is a good deal to start out. Like he's like, fuck it, have a great deal. I'm gonna win no matter what. He's off the bat like, sure, take the good deal. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna win. So it's already a good deal. But if you wanted to push for more, you certainly could.
This is a terrible deal. I got a 3, by the way.
Because you're a robot. I'm not talking to you. No offense. He looks at Chopper.
So I'll walk up and just say to him, okay. I was thinking more about 25 a day. We know how it goes. You could be selling these for, I don't know, 100 gold a piece. However many you make, you could sell it for more. Should I say, Ed here is the man that gave you the way to do. I think this plus maybe future ventures is worth the 25 a day.
Make a persuasion check. My first no charisma party or low charisma party.
17.
He goes, tell you what, I'll make you a deal. We'll make it 25 a day, but we add a clause to the contract that states that any future designs Ed makes that he intends to sell in the open market, he comes to me first for a deal.
First look, dude.
But then I will counter offer if, and we need to see proof of this as well. When your sales reach, say, 50 or 20, then 50 and 70 and 100, that goes up by 5 gold each mark.
Maybe a persuasion check on that.
Come on. Oh, yes. What's that? Persuasion? That's a 19.
That's a 19. He goes, well, why don't we leave it open that we can renegotiate in the future if you feel like you're being pushed in the wrong direction or if you're not getting the right of it. But I want to remind you, sir, I might not always get to sell a ship every day. Ships don't sell every day. People don't always come out with enough points. And sometimes I sell a ship a week, maybe 2 a week, maybe none a week. Whereas you guys will be making consistent 25 gold pieces a day. So maybe we'll come back and we'll say that we can be open to renegotiation if things are going particularly well, but I'll be taking the hit out the front because I got to put these on here, explain to people what they are and sell them. So that's got to be my business practice out of the front. But when things are going well in the end, things will be going well for me in the end, but things are going to be consistent for all of you going forward. So why don't we leave it open to renegotiation in the future? For now, we say a steady 25 a day, and Ed Jord comes back to me with any future weapons or designs that he plans to sell in the first.
I'll just look at Ed. Are you comfortable with that, Ed?
Um, I'm ready to get started today, so let's go pick out a ship.
All right, Ed, buddy. And he like punches you. He's like, "Oh man, don't worry, I'm gonna take good care of you, Mr. York." And he goes, "Okay, so we need to sign this. There's gonna be a number of signatures all those comments. So Ed, he's gonna get your signature all over the fucking thing. But as you guys are like apparently negotiating on behalf of Ed, he's gonna be like, okay, do we have? You seem like you got the numbers for an adventure. Do we have like a group name? Do we have a party name, an adventure group name, anything like that? A crew name? I'll take a captain name.
Well, we discussed this. We discussed this somewhere in the chat.
We did.
We huddle. We huddle.
Where was it? We picked out a name.
Is it the New Suns? Is it the?
Wait, no,
Sun 6? Is it the?
No, it was all right. So we had initially decided on like kind of gone, about Lunarbow's legacy, but might not be where we're at right now.
I thought of one. I don't remember what it was though.
Take your time. I'm used to this. Adventure companies for something they always need like a good 10 minutes to figure out their group name. It's all good.
Is the conversation? I remember it vividly.
I did say Dusk's End before. I don't know if that stuck.
I heard Dusk Ends around somewhere.
Dusk's End.
Well, sounds like you don't have a name as of yet. We'll sign this part of the contract a little later. Oh, you're gonna have to pick out a lot of names today because we're gonna get a ship with you. But anyway, we'll work on it. So, all right. Is there a captain here? Is there someone who's taken up the position of captain upon this crew, this new ship?
Vash steps forward.
Oh, Mr. Voidlight! You're gonna be the captain.
Well, I'll look back at the party. Any objections?
I love it.
I'm all for it.
All right, Captain Voidlight, if you'd sign right here, please.
Signs it.
All right, you sign it, and that will do for now on behalf of the party. As there's not a party name picked out, he goes, "All right, great, this is incredible." I go shake hands with everybody. I go, "This is great. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a great future for all of us." All right, let's go get you guys a ship. All right, come on, right this way. We're gonna get you the newest, freshest built ones. All right, come on, let's take a look. So we're gonna go to the first picture that I post. He goes, "Okay, this is a Wasp ship. This bad boy is a lightweight wooden vessel capable of landing safely on ground, but it is not capable of water landings, to be clear. They appeal to adventurers like yourselves often because they're affordable and they don't require a very large crew. Pirates tend to like them because they're very fast. Aristocrats are very fond of using them as like flying yachts. So they're multi-capable for various different jobs, including, entertainment. The ship's cargo hold can easily be converted to a posh living quarters for a very, a wealthy patron of sorts. The ship raised back provides high ground for weapon emplacement, which comes equipped with a ballista. So comes equipped with a ballista, wood armor, 250 hit points, damage threshold 15, speed of 50 feet, 5.5 miles per hour, has a cargo hold of 10, cruise a minimum of 5 to get everything operational, but you can do more than that. So that's one of your options. We're going to move on to the next one. Okay, what am I going to show you next? Not one of these. It's a little pricey. Oh, yes, I was talking about this, the Shrike ship. Let me show you one of the Shrike ships. And he's going to walk over. I already talked to you a little bit about it. Sorry that the picture I'm showing you for some reason is so fucking off in the distance, but here you are. Very good ships. Very reliable, the Shrike ships. They're very swift vessels. They have a speed of 70 miles per hour. They go, or 70 feet around, 8 miles per hour. Damage threshold 15, 250 hit points, 15 armor class for wood. They're swift. They are very popular with merchants and pirates. They have legs that allow safe ground landings, but the ship can float, but isn't necessarily built for water travel. But you've got a builder with you, so maybe you can change that up. Who knows? It does sink quickly on rough seas, though, I would warn you. So you can kind of land it. It makes a good little boy, but, I wouldn't recommend rough seas. Standard weaponry includes 3 ballistas, one on the forecastle, one on the middle and top deck, and one on the stern castle. And in desperate situations, you can always reinforce the bow with a piercing ram, which this one will come equipped with. So that is your Shrike ship. There's a couple more that fit the deal that we made. Ooh, the Lamprey ship. I think you guys are going to be very potentially happy with this one. Let me show you what it looks like. He'll bring you over to this big, beautiful red vessel I'm going to show you now. He goes, it's red. People are really into red around here, of course. They're a little antiquated. They're one of the older spelljamming ships used. Pasulrons are particularly fond of them if you ever run into a Pasulron. They have a metal grappling jaw on the front, built into its bow, making it easy to attach itself to another ship, maybe for boarding purposes. And standard weapons include 4 ballistas on the main deck. It can float on water, but it can't land on sea, it can't land on the ground. That's the only issue there. It'll have a habit of rolling over on the ground. You can land it, but I wouldn't recommend it. It leaves the crew in a bit of a dismay. But yeah, it's got quite a few ballistas and grappling jaw. Moving right along, I've got 2 more options for you guys, which I think you'll be happy with. The next I have is a flying fish ship. And he's going to send a picture of that. Very popular with Hadozi, huh, Mr. Captain Voidlight? He says, all right. Aside from space galleons, these are the most common vessels in wild space, favorite amongst merchants and venturers alike, such as yourselves. They can float and sail on water, but they are not built for land on the ground. The fins would snap under the weight, so I wouldn't recommend even trying. The keel would cause the ship to roll to one side, just not a good idea. The weapons on the ship will include a forward-mounted mangonel and an aft-mounted ballista. So those are your armaments for that ship. They're pretty good. And last, but certainly not least, allow me to introduce you to the Dampfly ship. These babies, the damselfly ships are great. They're swift, but they're a little cramped, admittedly. They're made of metal, so you got a better armor class for these ones. They can't float on the water, but the legs enable safe landing on the ground. A sliding hatch just behind the wings allows access to the ship's mangonel turret. The cargo hold can easily be turned into crew cabins or other weapons decks. Very customizable. They're often used as courier vessels or armed transports because of their high armor class and hit points. Explorers, pirates like them because they're fast and sturdy. Military leaders even use them to command ships for the same reasons. The owners of these ships are often very proud lot. To have one is like owning a Ferrari. I don't know what that is, don't worry about it. Painting the ship in various color patterns and customizing the vessel with special equipment is very popular. They're large. Private gatherings on the Damselfly are not uncommon. They're used for get-togethers to show off. Let me put it this way: these are the sports cars of the Spelljammer ships. I highly recommend. But those are what I've got available. Those are what I got available for the price bracket we agreed upon. If you want any further details about, minimum crew sizes, keel and beam, speeds, cargo, hit points, anything, feel free to ask.
I like the last one.
I really like the last one.
Yeah.
I'm quite fond of the last 3.
Making it easy.
Yeah.
So
I like the one before the dragonfly. Like the second to the last one.
Something
the
about like
second
the ethereal wing, like the weird ethereal wings, just speaks to me.
The last 2 were my favorites.
I've seen a general interest in And the damselfly ship, would you guys like to climb aboard and take a look at it before you make a purchase?
Yes.
You said
All
craft.
right.
I'm worried
I
about
start
Etherus.
running.
Well, go take a look. Go take a look for yourself, Captain. We are gonna take a. Oh man, do I don't have a little? Well, there might be in one of the. Oh, hang on a second. I just need to go get it. I had no idea which one we purchased, so give me a moment.
And so this one had a mangonel and a ballista.
This one has a mangonel and a ballista. That is correct.
We're covered.
I like to shoot shit.
Star Moth was. I'm gonna fly.
Would we have the weight allowance to add a second mangonel or a second ballista?
Well, let's see. Let's go get you on board and take a look, and you can decide for yourself. I've got two options here, so I'm just gonna put them. GM overlay and to be able to just paste it, fucker. There it is. So I've got two different versions of this ship through Tales Tavern. I'll let you know which one's going to be the best one based on the schematics available. I think I know what the answer is going to be, though, very quickly. Because one looks just way better than the other. Give it about a moment. I'll make some checks here. That one's got the mangonel nice and set up. That one does too. Has the cargo hatches. 5, 10. It's got the right schematics. So that's the forward deck. There's supposed to be a ballista up front. I think this one might end up just being the one because it looks so fucking sweet.
That's really
Yeah.
cool.
I
You got like a
that.
little cozy one right there. The wings look way fucking better. Let's go take a look inside.
You get
Yeah.
a bunch of cool bug customizations.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, for sure. But out the back. This is just cargo base, so none of this would be in here. I delete that, but it's got 5, 10, 15, 20, 10, 20, 30. It's got a 10, 20, 30. Easy fits the schematics nicely. Bring it over here. I'll give you guys, actually, I'll post the schematics for you guys. Or not the schematics, but the ship layout so you guys can see it for yourself.
So how many people to run the ship as a minimum on that?
He says a minimum here with the current armaments of the 9 crew, because that's going to be 4 for the mangonel, 3 for the ballista, and 1 person to actually manipulate the spelljammer.
I think we can make do.
I mean, we can get a couple of crew later on and not use the mangonel to start with, because that takes out 4 people straight away, doesn't it?
So that's the spelljammer helm. We got the galley to the side there. Sorry, I'm getting used to this. I just put it up, but there
And
you go.
And we'd be a little dragonfly flying through space. That'd be great.
Maybe I try and customize it a bit because it's as pretty as it is, it's hard to see around. So there we go. That's a little better. Yep, so there's the galley in there. And then over to the side is the quarters off from the catapult turret rotor. You got the cargo hold in the back. And then in the front would be the spelljammer helm, right in there. So I need to get back to that. I need to do like some slight customizations to this thing, but it's pretty much ready. So like this all wouldn't be here. We're definitely sticking with this one, though, as far as the 2 models go. So remember that. Oh, that was the wrong thing. There we go. Oh, that's fine. And then we can put the spelljammer helm in there. We'll do that later. And then lastly is the for the ballista down below in there. Oh, and then look, there's also like a little workshop in there too.
Oh, perfect.
There you go. So that's an 11 crew, or sorry, that's a 9 crew to make everything perfectly operational.
Go Marvo.
I think I'm. Well, I like it.
Captain approves, crew approves. I think
I
I can do
love
some
it.
good work here.
All right. So you got a name for your ship?
Dawn's Return?
Like
Dawn's Return.
Dawn's
Dawn's
Return.
Return.
I'll put it on the paperwork. Dawn's Return.
like that.
Congratulations, you're the owner of a new ship.
Never thought I'd see the day.
Captain Voidlight?
Never thought I'd hear that.
Captain.
Yeah.
Does that make you dragon number 2?
Earth will always be number one in my eyes.
All right. You guys can go jump inside and like get yourself settled in.
I want to take her for a spin.
You want to go and take her out for a spin? Oh, I'll ask you guys or who's our spelljammer here? Who's our pilot? That's probably you, Ed.
That's Ed, yeah.
So I guess my question to you, Ed, is like, all right, let's install a spelljammer helm that suits your tastes. So which of the 4 do you think best fits Ed? There's, I'll put them down for you so you can look at them. Got that one, got that one, got that one, and then of course the elephant.
Neil did
Oh
one.
my God. The
Would that be in poor taste? Would that be in poor taste? No.
Wow.
I feel like the first one. Got like some blue in there, yellow in there.
Yeah. All right, fantastic. So with that, it'll be installed in there. Oh, she's a big mama. Which put it right in there. There's your spell jamming helm. We'll put some magic crystals. What's Ed's color? Are we talking blue, green, or pink?
I'd say blue.
Blue? All right, so we'll put some sort of blue crystals around so that we know that's Ed's spell jamming right there. Bam!
Okay, so question then. Obviously, with the ballista, we are going to take the prototype. What was it? Quad what?
The Quadrich.
Quadrich. That's it. We're going to take that and equip that to this ship.
I can make 2 fresh ones.
Until Ed makes a proper one, yeah.
So I'm gonna say something that maybe is obvious, maybe not. He's not gonna like install the Spelljammer helm until you've actually handed over the schematics, which I assume you do.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you hand over the schematics, and he happily gets you set up. Where do those crystals go? Oh, they got the lead.
So I just wanted to make sure we've got the rapid fire.
Yeah, I assume like it's like I made them.
Yeah. Ed'll start hooking it up the ship with those first, but many other things hopefully in the future.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna start looking at like the biology of a dragonfly and combining it with D&D shit, and that's how I'm gonna create the ideas for updates. So
Awesome.
any and all ideas you guys come on with.
Sweet. Now I can actually make the front of the ship work. Sweet. All right, let's get you guys on your first flight. So Ed, you pop into the seat. You're gonna have shit. One day. Sorry, this is a little tricky. Just getting everything set up, getting all the kinks worked out. God damn it, Ed, stop disappearing on me.
Not that I mind at all, but um, how much overtime do you think we're going, Ryan?
Not. Oh, we are overtime, aren't we? We're like a half hour overtime. Holy shit! No, we're done. We're done. Thank
Okay.
you for warning us. I'm sorry, but with that, you guys have not only secured the Dawn's Return as your new ship, but you've established yourself as. I mean, you've got a cool business deal going on. You guys are making some passive income. You have the capability to put together Chaplin's little comedy club. We've got a new ship. Things are looking up for the party. You need a party name probably pretty soon. But Captain Voidlight in the Dawn's Return is ready to set sail. And that will end the session. My apologies.
No, thank you. That
Oh,
was
you got so into
That was a
it.
lot of fun. Yeah.
So the only reason I stopped is because I know Ryan's got a game an hour after now, and dude deserves a break. But I was like, okay, 30. I'll mention something.
I thought that's why. I thought that's why John was pushing the negotiations. I thought he was strong arming Ryan's time. He knew Ryan.
I didn't want to be the kid that's like, hey, are you gonna collect homework? But
No,
I
it's all
did want to
good. I
mention
have
something.
stuff to do.
No, to be fair, I didn't even see the time, to be honest. So